What's up, baby girl?
Again. Hi.
I just got online right now, and yeah, thank God you're online too. Perfect timing.
I literally just looked at my phone and got your message. That's cool. So what
Perfect
was
timing.
Did you take the day off today, Logan? I haven't seen you around for 24 hours.
Oh, are we having connection issues?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Oh yeah, I can hear you now, Eric.
Where you been? Did you go on a bender?
Yeah, I took some time off. I just wasn't feeling good. I'm still not feeling great, but decided to check in. What's up online?
Yeah, since you've been gone, old Neil over there, the Open Eye Project, he's been dominating the spaces all day long. You-
How's that been
I
going?
nominated him for the. I'm being sarcastic. The Open Eye Pentagon Demon Removal Project.
What the fuck?
Demon
You guys are
removal
funny.
project. How's that going?
I mean, that's the topic of the day. It's about the Lou Elizondo's saying that he was told that the Pentagon thinks that the aliens are
Oh,
demons.
the demons. Yeah, they're
Oh,
demonic
oh
or
yeah, he
something.
said that a while back.
Yeah. So everybody's tweeting about that all day now. So it's kind of silly.
Really?
Yeah.
People are
I
not
agree.
tweeting about that? What the
Well,
fuck?
people that I follow are just tweeting about that one blonde girl that I can't think of her name right now that likes to ask everybody if they work for the CIA. Who's that girl?
Oh, Taylor.
Yeah, she's telling everybody that Lou Elizondo says there's demons working at the Pentagon or that something stupid. And I'm like, girl, if you're gonna quote something, quote it right. Don't be just jacking stuff out there with no context. But anyway, I'm just being silly. I just think it's funny that people get all riled up about this stuff.
Hi,
Yeah.
Blue
People
text.
act like words are gonna like hurt them. I guess like spells or something.
Yeah, you never know.
Like Jody's gonna put them under a spell.
No. Put the headline: uh, Open Eye Project. Pentagon demon removal program. You'll get about 50 people in here real quick. Pentagon demon removal. See a top secret CIA demon removal program revealed from the Pentagon.
You know what? But I'm curious. I'm curious about that. Like, what was he talking about? Like, when he said, "Have you read your Bible lately?" Or "Have you read the Bible? They're demons" or something. Like, what part of the Bible?
I'm not sure exactly, but definitely there. I've confirmed. Actually, today I talked to a guy who's 95 years old who lives in
Oh
Wyoming,
yeah.
and he worked in Stanford. Knows all these people. He's in the 70s. He was 60s and 70s. But anyway, he says that there's definitely a group of people high up in this, kind of protection of the whole UFO thing department, and they fully believe that it's demonic, which they're entitled to their beliefs, but that is part of the problem. They
That's just like a way for them to just like, shut down the topic again. Okay, it's demonic. Let's not
yeah,
engage with them.
probably.
I've heard that comment from Elizondo
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
he was
that's
about
what I'm
quoting
talking.
he was quoting what
Yeah,
somebody
does he
told him,
believe
though. I don't
that?
think it was actually him that said it.
right. But I've heard that he said that some of his superiors thought that they were
Yeah,
demons
that's
because of
true.
their
Oh
religious
yeah.
beliefs. That's
Yeah.
all I've heard about that.
Oh, they're just in denial about the whole Mary being a virgin thing. And I'm just saying.
Yeah, Scott Wolter claims that the Vatican has their marriage certificate.
I missed that. What'd you say?
You know Scott Wolter that like
Yeah,
he goes across like America's doing all
yeah.
like the Templar hidden treasures and shit. He says that the Vatican holds Jesus and Mary's marriage certificate.
Really interesting.
Oh, I don't doubt it. I bet they do have that shit. Oh, Taylor will tell you about it. What's up, Taylor? Taylor, you believe Jesus and Mary were married?
I gotta hop offline, guys, but it's been some
Why?
time. I gotta carry in some stuff. I'll hop back in like 5 minutes, okay?
Uh,
All right, bye.
what's up, Taylor?
Bro, I know you saw me go viral today.
No, I haven't been online today.
You're
What'd you
lying.
go viral with?
Bro, I went fucking viral on UFO Twitter. Just ask Eric right there. He just keeps tweeting me.
Yeah, well, I'm helping you go viral, sweetie.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know.
No,
Let's
it's good.
see who.
It's good. You got sometimes you got to have humor in all this to get people to pay attention. Is the way I look at it.
Absolutely. What's his name? UFO Joe or something. Like commented on my thing.
UFO ho, I call him.
Well, why is he a hoe?
He's like a
Is he
Twitter
UFO
ho.
Joe?
He'll listen to a podcast, and then he'll do it like a 90 thread tweet, and he'll take everything that was said and tweet it out. Like people can't go listen. He'd rather so he could get people to like and retweet him and follow him because he's like a stenographer at a courthouse, where he just types
Ah,
everything everybody says. That's not research. That's just parroting what people already told him.
the UFO
Anyway,
Joe.
anyway.
Alien Protocol's in the house. What's up? Rin, Martha, Andrew. I always get confused because Andrew keeps changing his picture. Adele, Caleb. Caleb's got like the best voice. He's got a great guitar voice too. You ever heard Eric play? I mean, Caleb play Eric?
No, I'd like to hear it though. Can he fire up that guitar and be a speaker for a minute? That'd be cool. We need a little music.
Caleb, you want to rock out, bro? Let's get him. Invite to speak. I invited him to speak. Let's see if he accepts.
I
Kyle,
got
Cassandra, Lincoln.
7,600 views on this tweet in one day. I had no fucking clue that this shit was gonna happen. I was like at work today. Like my phone was fucking blowing up.
Is it that one
Like I
where
think I
Luis
think I
Elizondo
pissed
says about
all of
demons?
UFO Twitter off. Everybody on UFO Twitter, I think I pissed them off.
If it's okay with you, Taylor, I'll secretly send you a DM tweets that are crazy. That if you want to tweet them out, and you could go viral every day. I promise.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we need to talk about the demon removal project, the secret CIA demon removal project that's going to be coming out next week in the Wilson documents that never before revealed.
Oh
Oh,
my
oh yeah.
gosh.
I want to see that shit. Hey,
So
Grant
I
Cameron
mean,
was
what do
supposed to
you
reveal
think
some shit
about the
today.
video though? I'm sorry, I didn't even hear you, Logan.
Oh no, wasn't Grant Cameron going to reveal some more notes today? I didn't hear anything
Yeah,
about that.
there's a lot of notes that are going to come out. That's it's getting crazy, guys. It's seriously, it's getting crazy. It's going to it's going to stay crazy for a while too.
Good.
Hey, can anybody summarize? I can't even pronounce it, but Shannon is the second half of it because I started to watch Grant and Nicole, and I just after 10 minutes, I wanted to get the synopsized version, even if it took 5 minutes here or 2 minutes. Can anybody tell me what all that is in a nutshell?
I'll tell you real quick. Are you talking about the Okie notes?
Yep.
Yes, Okie show Shannon or Okie notes. Yes, please.
Yeah. So apparently in 1985, there was a meeting that was classified, and they were discussing various things that were important revolving around UFOs and aliens and remote viewing and all this sort of stuff that we already talk about. And so this guy Oki apparently was taking notes, and I don't know if the notes were declassified or if they were even officially classified. But I think somebody in, let's say, a high position that name probably is not going to come out. But somebody in a high position has gone ahead and told Oki to just release these notes, and so that's what's happening. And there's a PDF on it. If you want, I'll send it to you. You can read all about it. I don't have the time to read all that crap, but it is interesting.
I would appreciate that. You can direct message. Is it something that can be linked easily into the nest or into the comments, or you just have to send it?
I don't know how. I've tried to do that for some reason on my phone. I don't have that. I'm not able to do it, but I'll find them, and if I don't send it to you tonight, I'll send it tomorrow. I got so many damn tweets on my feed today. I'd have to dig for it. But yeah, they're out there. It's kind of boring, but if you're into it and you really want to know everything that they said, it could be interesting, I guess. But all it's really telling, in my opinion, all that's really showing is that these guys have been discussing these sort of topics that have been hidden from us for freaking 35, 37 years ago, they were talking about stuff that they're just now starting to like leak out. And so what it tells me is the information that we're getting now, it seems new to us, but it's old news really, because these guys have been keeping it hidden for so long. So it's interesting, but it's nothing really groundbreaking in my opinion.
Thanks. That's what I thought. I did download that PDF. It just shows you how champing at the bit I am to go pouring through that, because it's like you said, it's stuff that's really been out there, but getting this out in the public lets us know that we're not alone, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think my opinion is that a lot of these guys, they're just tired of lying, and I think honestly that most of them, if it were their decision, they wouldn't. If they weren't told they had to lie, they wouldn't lie. But now they're kind of just like, one guy starts leaking out this, and another guy starts leaking out this, and it's like, okay, well the door's open. Let's go ahead and just start leaking shit out, because what are they going to do about it? They're going to go out and start arresting all these people? I don't think so. Because
What about that
disclosure is
UFO?
happening. They're thinking, well, disclosure is happening, so let's just pour it all out there. And then, some of it's going to be misinformation, but I think a lot of it's for real, personally.
Mm-hmm. What about Bill Clinton's library? He said he's leaking. What does Bill Clinton have?
I don't know. I
Well, he
wouldn't
better
expect
have a
Clinton.
mop and bucket if it's leaking.
Whatever Clinton leaks, I think Taylor should tweet about it, because it'll go viral.
Fuck yeah, Taylor.
Taylor
Bro,
is so beautiful and hot that she's got trolls. This is what happens when you're beautiful and shoot guns, man.
Dude, the amount of fucking Twitter trolls. And I had somebody on UFO Twitter told me it's unheard of to have this many comments on a freaking UFO tweet. I don't know, I have hundreds of them.
I'm going to tell you the reason why, Taylor, and you probably know, but I'm just going to tell you, it's if you didn't have blonde hair and you weren't attractive, you wouldn't get 1/10 the amount of attention you're getting, sweetheart. But
Dude,
it's all good because but you're smart too, so that's all good. See, that's another reason why you get a lot of retweets, is this girl's attractive and she's smart, so maybe she knows something. So now they're all like, so it's good, but have fun with it. Have fun
Hey,
with it.
what
What's
you
up?
say
Hey,
though,
Eric.
because
You were obviously on Fade to Black tonight, right?
No, I was listening, and they were blocking my comments in the Facebook. Jimmy's got me blocked, and on Twitter, on YouTube, they blocked my comments, and I wasn't even being rude. I was being nice, actually.
Which account?
But they're afraid.
Which account on Twitter? Sorry, YouTube.
I don't have a YouTube. I don't do any. I only do Twitter. That's it. Nothing else. I don't have a show. I don't have a channel. I don't ask for any money. I don't want any money. Don't try to give me any money.
LOL. Okay. Because I was just going to say, sometimes on YouTube, I can go back and accidentally drop my phone and re-enable people's accounts.
Yeah, it's all good. I don't care. I think I have a pretty good idea of what's going on, but it's still interesting to observe. It's like there's like when you go to a movie, like a horror movie, and you're watching the movie, and there's a scary scene coming up, and someone's going to get killed. You just don't know who and when, but someone's going to get killed. That's kind of like what we're watching with UFO Twitter. It's like shit's going to happen every day, and then there's going to be a new horror movie the next day.
Okay. Well, I really came here to say I think what you said to Taylor was really sexist and rude. And Taylor, I'm sorry that you had to deal with that.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend in any way. I just know a bad bitch when I see one. But honestly, Taylor, it's like the shit you say too is with the microtubules and the graphene and all this stuff. That is probably why you got trolls. I'm just saying. Martha, you a bad bitch too. Come back. Come back.
Hey, Taylor, if I could offer you some advice, if you want any, yeah, don't feed trolls. Damn, I made that mistake for years before I realized just don't even engage with them. So, if you're getting trolled, do not feed those people. You'll get yourself worked up in a mess. I learned the hard way. I no longer engage with any form of troll anymore. But yeah, maybe if this is your first encounter with online trolling, just ignore them.
Yeah, but I feel
block them.
like it's hard to let people just go stupid. Like, I mean, if somebody says something wrong, I feel like somebody should correct them.
Just
Oh yeah,
block
look,
them.
I get it. Look, I can't even tell you how many hours of my life I've wasted, going into verbal battle with trolls. And at the end of the day, all it gave me was a headache and sore thumbs and a lot of wasted time. So,
Yeah, I mean, I've went viral like this a bunch of times. I don't even give a fuck, honestly. But like, yeah, it's just annoying. Like, why does like it's like all of UFO Twitter. I don't know. They're so closed-minded. I think it's closed-minded to think that there's no spiritual realm. Just the same way that it'd be closed-minded to be like, oh, well, it's demonic. They say that to me, but I feel like it's closed-minded the other way around.
yeah, well, I agree with you. The idea that there's nothing more than material reduction reality is repulsive to me, and I also think it's intellectually bankrupt to just write it all off. But some people, you're just never going to get through to them.
Yeah, UFO Twitter when it first started was different than it is now. It's a joke now. That's why I mock it. Sometimes I'll tweet stuff and put hashtag UFO Twitter just to piss them off.
I just checked the snap map on Snapchat, and like Key West is pretty much underwater. Oh, go ahead, Kyle. Sorry, I didn't see your hand was up.
No way, QS. I just went there. By the way, their beaches suck. They're all bulkheaded. Like, there's no sand.
Kyle, what's up?
We can't
Kyle,
hear you.
I can't hear you, Kyle.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can, yeah.
Oh, what I was going to say is I do owe Tupacadra an apology, but I will say I stand firm in what I believe and how I think. But I did attack him a few nights ago, and that's all I'm going to say about this. And I will be in a space with him. Actually, I think he's going to pop up here shortly, and if he does, let me speak and let me talk to him. Okay.
I just wanted to ask, is this a group that's like making fun of OpenEye, or is we being like supportive? That's my question.
I've known OpenEye for 5 years. I've hung out with him, done research with him. So when I tease him, he and I are friends. So it's not personal. It's just so you know that.
No, I think we're supportive, but we also understand that the flow of the room has to be inclusive so that no one is kind of steering the whole room where the room doesn't want to go, right?
I'll tell you guys a quick story. So one time I hired him to help me do this job, and we were driving around for a few hours, and he was talking like about aliens and so on and so forth, and he would not shut up. And I finally said, Neil, I said, listen, I said, do me a favor, just let it go. I don't want to talk about aliens all day long. And he would say, oh, okay, I'm sorry. And then 2 minutes later, he'd be talking about aliens again. So it's just like, you got to have some balance in your life. You can't be talking about demons and aliens all day long.
Well, if you're in shock, that's all you can talk about. Now, OpenEye, he's like said, I've heard him in a few spaces talking about a whole bunch of experiences that he had, and I can't recollate, of what he's saying with his experiences. That might be something different than what I have experienced. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, he says he's got 7 implants.
He's an intense motherfucker. That's all. People just can't take him very well sometimes. Like I get him. I don't mind the guy. He doesn't like scare me off, but a lot of people just be like, nope, they don't got time for that energy. But I mean, like when you see somebody like that, they've obviously had a time. They've gone through something. So that's kind of like what I see, and I just try to like talk to him. But yeah, it is hard when you got like one person going on and on, right?
Well, I will jump in and say this because I said it in the last space. Some of what he says, strange as it is, and I fully accept that there's I'm just going to say there's a very personal issue involved there. Some of my experiences occurred during the month of November of 1995, and I pick up a continuous or a thread of continuity with I wouldn't have called them in 95 alien or ET or anything extraterrestrial. I would have just thought it was more personal and a lot of stuff that I don't understand. Let's see, 22 plus 10, like 27 years later. But I will say that I made some notes that have such a direct overlap with things that, and he hadn't even told us his name. I just say Open Eyes has said. I looked at this and I thought, wait a minute, that's more than coincidence. So I'm still, it's still a mystery to me. I sure can't figure it all out.
Oh,
Andrew,
the
what
only
happened
thing
to
I,
you? What happened to you, Andrew? You had like an experience, didn't you? I don't remember what it was though.
Well, I've had a bunch of them. My point, I can come back to it. I was just trying to say that some of the things he says in 95, when he talks about the moon, and I made notes that were kind of couched for the time because I wasn't in my, I hate to say it, but I wasn't in my right mind. I'm not sure I ever am. But I wrote down things like moon witches. I wrote down, actually, I called them scornful. And I still don't know what that means because I had never heard of Charles Hall. And my experiences in the past 5 months, I won't say they all began, but they sort of have a springboard point that relates to the story of Charles Hall and the Tall Whites. And the closest, and of course, they don't, I never knew they were associated with the moon for any reason, but they are supposed to be tall and very, very pale. And I'm trying to think, well, maybe that ties in with my 95 experience, but that's all I'm going to say for now. I'd rather hear from from other people.
Yeah, Eric, did you post that video about that lady talking about where Bigfoot comes from?
I didn't do it yet. I had to drive to Wyoming, and I was in the car literally like 6 hours today, and I just got home and had dinner, and I'm just laying in bed, so I didn't have time. Not yet. I'll do it tomorrow.
It's on Facebook though, right?
Uh, I think I was doing recordings on Twitter and Facebook, so I have to just go back and review and see where it is. And I think actually what happened was it was on Twitter, and what I did is when I turned the camera sideways, I thought it was recording like in the widescreen, but for some reason it didn't. It recorded like vertical, and then so it's kind of funky. So I need to fix that. So I don't want to put it out there if it's kind of funky, you know.
I'm pretty good at editing videos. Maybe I can help you if you need help.
Okay, I'll find the tweet and I'll send it to you, and you can mess around with it, and you can repost it if you want. It's cool. I don't care.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'll just say it's from you.
Yeah, it don't matter. Honestly, once I put it out there, it's free. It's in the free verse. It's anybody can. I don't care if somebody takes it and wants to use it. And I've had people take stuff that I put and then put on their YouTube channel and then make money off it. I said, well, they didn't even say nothing. I'm like, oh, that's slick. Whatever. If that's what you want to do, I'm not gonna sue you for it. You know.
Yeah, I always tell like if I got a video that's not mine, I'll always say like credit to whoever the person like uploaded it or whatever.
Yeah, see, like Cassandra's down there. She's a listener. Her and I have been friends for a long time on Twitter. She knows me. She knows me better than probably anybody in here. She knows my sense of humor. I get kind of funny sometimes about certain things, but
Oh yeah.
she knows I'm not trying to troll anybody or really. Sometimes I'll just play around for a minute. Like I wasn't trying to be sexist towards Taylor. She's a smart woman. I could tell. And I like her style. I mean, I was just playing around with her. I was just kind of just joking. And so if somebody took it wrong, I apologize.
How do you feel about that, Taylor? Do you feel like you were you know?
Were you sexualized in a way? I was going to say in an unfair way, but I'm not sure if you can ever be sexualized in a fair way. I guess you can. I'm pretty sure Martha was just shit posting, but
Yeah, I mean trolling's fun. I get it. I reserve the right to bullshit.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to have humor in all this because if you think about it, I mean, these people that are feeding us all this information, you know, and they're getting paid to do it. But it's a lot of people that aren't really clued in that it's kind of like a charade. But they take it more serious. I mean, it's serious, but they think it's more serious than it is. So, sometimes you got to poke fun at it just to let them know that they're not tricking us. That's the way I look at it.
You mean like when they change logos and then 24 hours later, whoops, what was that? You know what
Alien protocols. I like what you say. You want to come up and say something, bro?
I did invite him just now up to speak. Yeah, I find that like emblem thing was pretty cool. I think maybe because of like how many people responded to it, maybe they were like, maybe we should change it. That was a terrible idea, Kevin, or something. So, do any of you guys have predictions of like when like shit's actually gonna come out? Like, I guess things are trickling out, like documents are being released, info slowly coming to us, but like if there is an event in which like, there's actual like information given, like we actually know what the fuck's going on. I'm not saying it is aliens, but like, do you think that'll be within the next year or like 2 years? Like, I feel like I'm on the edge of my seat and I just don't know how long I'm gonna have to live there for.
I think 4 to 5 years. I think a lot. It's going to keep trickling out and so on and so forth. But if there is an event, I hope there isn't an event. Okay, here's my theory that you like I was saying the other day, they got two major groups that are putting out information. I mean, one group's got a certain angle, like a threat angle. The other group's like, well, let's just tell them everything, kind of. And so ultimately, I think there is a group out there that would like to have an event that would be in this kind of like a great reset type event. This is my opinion. And so the other people probably don't want that because that's going to screw a lot of people's heads up and screw up their lives and so on and so forth. So there's the effort to try to push this out. And I think Chris Bledsoe is been, and this is my opinion, I'm not saying that he told me this or I know this for a fact, but he's kind of been tasked with this this lady that he talks about and all the experiences that he has. And he's saying that there's going to be something that's going to happen in 2025, 26, 27, something like that. The lady's going to come and so it's vague. So there's other people. So they're trying to who knows what they're going to do, but I don't think we're never going to get the whole truth. I could tell you, I would bet my life on that. We're never going to get the whole truth.
Well, in 1997, when 1997 there was the Phoenix Lights. It started from Kingman and worked down to Arizona. Back in 1997, we didn't have cell phones that could go live on social media. So I think the government, now that the world is connected and there's live stream, if this happened back in 1997 when we had the cell phones and the technology that we had and it was able to film a mile wide UFO flying across Kingman heading to Arizona, these are the Arizona Lights, that would be all over the internet and viral within fucking hours. Everybody would be looking at this craft. And nowadays, everybody's got the cell phone and they can record this. So if we have an event like 1997 with the Phoenix Lights, guess what? The world will know. And that could happen any minute. That could happen tomorrow. That can happen the next day. It's just that event. And that's why the government is coming clean right now, because they've been hiding for 70 years. And they finally realized that, hey, we're not going to be able to hide this much longer. We got to be truthful with the public. Now they're scrambling to we don't know what it is. It could be anything. They're trying to pass the bucket down the road, but this could happen tomorrow, and that's my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think they're coming clean. I don't think they plan to.
They're coming clean as much as they're forced to. Like they're trying to walk that line as close as they can without having to show everything.
I think
I
think that every release has been planned. I don't think that they've had to be forced to release anything.
I think if you look at UFO history, it might be the case that when UFOs were discovered, I guess, more in a more broad sense in the government, like Roswell and a few years afterwards, the government denied it so it could study the technology. And now I think they're starting to admit it because they have technology and it's flying out there. This is government technology that's very advanced, and they're using UFOs as a cover. So I think they're using the subject as in a way, it's the opposite of disinformation. Um, they're trying to hide their own real technologies that look like UFOs and act like UFOs. But I also think that they're not fully really in control. The government is like groups of people, very schizophrenic, different people, different groups have different agendas and different thoughts on how it should be done. But ultimately, I think the watchers are the ones who are conditioning society in a very methodical, slow way. And if you look at different UFO eras, they have different hallmarks. And the hallmarks of this current era was something I was speaking with Dr. Simeon Hein about like 5 years ago. And it is the case that you see these specific hallmarks, characteristics of each era. And the one that we're just at the end of now is more fleets, more interactions with the military, more of a class of UFOs called geometrics, which are more simplistic geometric forms and combinations thereof. And there's a series of these characteristics. And I think we just started into a new era just this year. And it'd be very interesting to see how this plans out. But if you just follow that premise, and it's just a premise, a hypothesis that's interesting to study. If you look at how they have treated us or how they interact with us, it's changing over time, and it perhaps points a pathway to their future behavior.
Where does that pathway lead us? What's your prediction of how this will change?
Well, I think the reason why they were doing more military interactions and more fleets was in the past, the military would come across just one and just try to attack it constantly. It's trying to lock on missiles constantly. And now they're place themselves just outside of the fleets. They scurry away. They let themselves be seen, but also let it widely be known above the Earth's surface and below the surface of the oceans that they're not hostile. They're not attacking. And so what would that mean? If you were if you were doing that yourself to a military, what would that mean in terms of what would you do next? A thing you could logically hypothesize is that they're going to do more interactions and maybe even a big interaction. One of the hallmarks of the brand new era, and this is just my theories, it could be completely wrong, is something that I've just started to see. One of the characteristics is more group sightings with people. If you look around, and you'll see more of this in the next year, especially UFOs making a presence in front of large groups of people. And I think it's preparing us for one more step in contact than that.
But on the other hand, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at humans have technology that can mimic a lot of what we see UFOs doing that probably aren't human. So they can use that as a psyop, and that's the part that I think we're all concerned about. Is we don't want to be lied to or tricked. I mean, if you're not going to tell us the truth, don't lie to us and tell us some other bullshit story, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are we being tricked into, Eric? What are they trying to trick us into? Not believing what we shouldn't believe, or believing what we shouldn't believe?
Well, the trick would be that if there was some sort of event that was not perpetrated by real aliens, but perpetrated by humans, but it was blamed on the aliens, that would be the trick.
To do what? So we can all go out and get angry at them, or what?
Throw our fists in the air.
Increase funding for space base, honestly. I think that's
Well, I
a
don't
very
know
good
if you
answer.
follow Klaus Schwab
hey, mate, they've got
and Bill Gates.
843 billion. They don't need any more money. They got plenty.
Everyone always needs more money. Capital accumulates more capital.
What I think is what we've been taught. Okay, we have something coming to our planet, observing our planet, and then all of a sudden religion steps up and says it's demons, and then we attack it and fire missiles at it. I think that's wrong. We have to know more before we jump to conclusions.
Oh, well, they've been working with them forever. Why would they shoot them? The government loves them.
The
No, but
case
they can.
history.
Well, no. First of all, there were watchers, and then they said that they were aliens. This was said in 1940s. He said today they're called demons. Tomorrow they'll be called something else. This is from Aleister Crowley, and the phenomena didn't start there. It started way back in Genesis.
Hey, what's up, Dale? You have your hand raised?
Oh yeah. So just waiting for the chatter so that I don't like butting in. Look, I take a more broad perspective on this. I don't think it's a case of is it us or is it aliens? Well, certainly that's part of the discussion. But I often just one of my own little thought experiments is let's just say there's a newspaper published tomorrow. It's in every language and it's 50 pages long, like a newspaper which gives all the disclosure, at least headlines from most important to least important. I think aliens, ETs visiting in some sort of technology is like page 4. I think we're never going to get full disclosure because I personally don't believe there's one single human on the planet who could wrap their head around everything. For example, Pontificator and Gunga come into these rooms, and for what it's worth, I accept their testimony. They say about the Greys and the Nords, and for what it's worth, I accept their testimony. I've never seen a Grey or a Nord, at least I don't recall it. But I accept what they've got to say, that there's technology and they come here and they muck around with us and that their technology is unbelievably advanced compared to ours. But I also don't think that doesn't exclude sentient plasma. It doesn't exclude, godlike AIs. It doesn't exclude something which might have been thought of in ancient culture as like a demigod or a demon. It doesn't exclude ultra-terrestrials, crypto-terrestrials. It doesn't exclude multiple world theory. It doesn't exclude ancient civilizations which might have advanced to this and that and created their own universes. So yeah, I guess I have because I'm a big fan of John Lilly and Bob Munro, and their worldview was limitless. The moment we find our one truth, we get to the top of one mountain, we realize there's a million mountains above us, all higher, and you get to the top of those and there's a trillion more mountains, and then you get to the top of those and there's a Google, which is a number, if I'm not mistaken, more mountains to climb. I don't think that there's ever going to be complete disclosure because it's just not within inside our puny little monkey minds to get our heads around it.
No, I mean, I think there's definitive truth, and if I thought that way, like, I would never get an answer, I'd be fucking crazy. Like, I would never be able to live like that. Like, I'm so
No,
curious.
I go back and forth, Taylor. I know what you're saying, like the idea that we'll never know. But what if the idea that if you did know it all, then that's the end of the story? That's not eternity, is it? That's finite. I've become more comfortable with thinking that there's always going to be more to learn. I've become comfortable with it. I was very uncomfortable with it at first, but these days I've become more. I actually find it comforting. On the other side, it's what did Richard Dawkins say? And I'm not an atheist, quite the opposite. But Richard Dawkins likes to say about atheism, come on, jump in, the water is cold but refreshing. And sometimes I think surrendering, whether it's a religious surrender, knowing that we can never know what God knows, or whether it's a logical surrender that we can't ever know everything, I actually find it quite refreshing. It's great waking up every morning thinking I'm going to learn something new.
Very well said, Dale. By the way, seriously, that was awesome. And Ali has had his hand up there. I don't know if Ali wants to jump in. I noticed.
Yeah, I'd just say it's not an all or nothing option. There's a whole swag of options in between, Dale.
Ali, do you want to talk, Ali? Ahmed Ali?
Oh, sure. I mean, I think Dale pretty much covered the point I was going to make. It was to answer Emily's original question of what do you think disclosure is going to happen? And I was going to point out is what is disclosure, right? Is it about the ET from other planets coming here, or is it ultra-terrestrials, or is it other spiritual entities, egregores, all that sort of stuff? But no, I think the only thing I'd add to what Dale has said, because everything Dale said, I totally agree with. And one thing I'll add to that as well is I don't think it's just a endless pit of information. I think there's also a biological constraint and a space-time constraint to us, right? Talking about Dale's example of when you go to the top of one mountain, there's so many more above it. So above, below, right? So above, so below. I think it'll always be a restriction that we'll always have. We can have all the tools to sort of surpass it, go past it, but I think we'll always be limited in some way. So we just have to learn how to make peace with that, right? How can we just be comfortable knowing as much as we can? But to answer Emily's question of, well, when will we get disclosure of something else? I think we'll get disclosure of other life forms existing somewhere else soon, sometime in the next 5 to 10 years. I think beyond that, of them coming here, I think that's predicated on two things. One is, I think what pushed a lot of this is three things. One is updating our radar systems, right? Ryan Graves talks about that quite a bit. Second is the fact that we have privatization of our space industry. So we have a lot more private entities going up to space. So I gotta explain this shit a lot more, or we have a need to explain it. And third is the fact that we're in a space race. We're like fully in the middle of a space race, right? With everything going on with actual space-based weapons now being used. It's not just a matter of we're showing our dominance by actually reaching space. Now it's how do we actually have our offensive capabilities. And I think y'all should check out Senator Blumenthal. He's been talking out a lot about that. And it
Senator
wouldn't
Blumenthal?
surprise me if a lot of this disclosure thing that's happening right now on UAPs, it's truth, but it's just to help get funding there as well, which I'm for. If it helps get money there, but as long as we get the truth, I'm for that.
I just want to chime in and say, heck yeah, I love what Dale said about just always wanting to learn. Like I got a hunger for learning, so I really hope I don't learn everything because then I'm gonna be fucking bored. And I agree, everything can fit together. Like all the truths that everyone say, like maybe not all of them, but I think what people are saying, there's an element of truth to all of it in which it does all fit together. But Alien, what are you saying?
I have a little bit of a disagreement. Just in terms, and it might just be semantic in terms of how large of a scope are we talking about. I think that our universe is understandable. And if you look at the rate of our technological advancement and learning in just the past 300 years, it's been absolutely phenomenal. And the rate at which we are learning increases. And there's a theory I have, and some others share it, that a technologically advanced civilization gets to a point where they can become post biological. And that doesn't have to be robotic, there's a lot of other options. And that post biological um, period of time itself is not permanent. There can become a post physical, where an intelligence or a variety of other things can be just in different forms of energy slash data without the superfluous matter. And then there's even speculations that it goes beyond that. But I disagree on another level as well too. That um, even though I love how our universe is created so that there are ever unfolding mysteries, and this one is it's a whole slew of different mysteries and so much going on with this topic, from physics to ethics, psychology, technologies. I mean, it's freaking ridiculous. But I do believe there comes a point where the intelligence gathering, the data, the quest for data, starts to have diminishing returns for an ultra advanced civilization. They could be running billions of simulations and find out things so they don't have to go to this side of the universe or that side of the universe. Some people speculate that super advanced technologies and technological civilizations then turn inward. And I would even speculate that um, a quest after a certain point of knowledge accumulation would be to go post universal, somehow get beyond this universe to see what other mysteries unfold there.
So when you say beyond the universe, are we talking maybe dimensions?
Dimensions is a very, it's a weird semantic thing. It could be on scales and in ways that just would freak the fuck out of people. And I think that there are components of that in the revelations we're confronting now. I kind of look at it like when you give kids their their car keys, and humanity is getting their car keys to space essentially. There are so many things involved in that, and there's so much learning. Once you leave your house in your car, you have to have these new responsibilities at an incredibly high level, responsibilities towards other life forms. You don't want to run over people and other cars, but you're also learning things. You're learning about insurance. You're learning about all these different things, modes of travel, highways, and all this stuff. And I think it's a good analogy for humanity right now. We just came to this precipice of vast new information, knowledge, and evolution. So once humanity leaves Earth, we're not going to be humanity anymore. There's going to be a splitting, a bifurcation of this incredibly special life form we call human. The ones that go to this place will evolve this way. The ones that go that place will evolve that way. And I just think it's magnificent. Everything seems to be these incredibly gigantic orchestras playing different songs together, whether you're talking about biology or a cell or anything. And it's just beautiful. It is so beautiful. It gives me chills to think about it. Sure, maybe this universe is actually a created, quote, created universe. And most people would, for all logical reasons, call that God. But maybe beyond that, there's a creator of a creator. And that humanity becomes creators at some point. Um, so I think the alternatives are certainly within our conception. We may not fully understand the ramifications of super advanced um, agendas, but I think they're conceivable for us. Like I can't really understand what 5,000 light years is, but I can kind of understand. You know what I mean? I can have a general framework for it, and humanity is without a doubt at this precipice of wow, new knowledge. We got the car keys.
In
Another
the Delta,
fabulous statements, by the way, Alien Protocol. Seriously, thank you for that. That was excellent.
beautiful. I love Alien Protocols when he speaks. It's such a blessing to have him here. I was gonna
Yeah,
say, like in the expanse, when humanity goes out into the world or into the universe, they do become like more than kind of human. Like the Mars people become, well, I guess Martians, but like the people that take refuge in the asteroid belt become the Delta Laura, and they have like their own languages and stuff out there.
Ken, what do you think about all the what was just said between Alien and Dale there? Do you want to chime in?
I was shaving actually. No, I'll listen.
I guess yeah. I just add like it's kind of scary to think like who's gonna get those car keys? Like Biden? Oh my god. Go ahead, T.
So I agree with like we'll never be able to understand it all. But at the same time, like I feel like there is definitive truths that we should seek to understand. Kind of like, is there a creator? Did that creator ever walk on this earth in the flesh? You know what I'm saying? Like just these yes or no questions that I feel like have answers. And I feel like we should seek those answers. Like, are we in a matrix? Are we going to be reincarnated to another life form? Like, these are yes and no questions that we should look for answers for. And in terms of the agenda, there's a whole lot of people who think there's going to be a fake alien invasion. Like, I'm hearing this chatter among, like, so many different groups of people. Like, not even just UFO Twitter. Like, Christians think this. And I also am cool with a lot of Muslims. And I also like a bunch of atheists, too.
Could you ask them to like do it in stereo over Thailand as well? Because I want to watch the show. I think it'll be cool.
Yeah, I don't know what it will be. I know that the U.S. has like the saucers. If it's going to be fake, it's either going to be through that or through Project Bluebeam.
Did they tell you that, or
I'm just
did you see it yourself, or?
I'm telling you what a lot of people think. Like a lot of people are just calling
There's a
BS.
lot of things that a lot of people think, though, isn't there?
There sure is. Yeah, I
It's
mean,
actually very popular, and I've
it
heard
really
about it
is. Yeah, I mean, if you look on even popular like Twitter, Twitter
And the
profiles like
Beatles and
Conspiracy Bot or UFO Bot, like they
ZZ
tweet
Top.
stuff like this all
Yeah.
the time.
You're talking about Project Bluebeam, and I think
No,
Werner von Braun.
no. We're talking
No,
about how a bunch
different.
of people think that there's going to be a fake alien invasion.
Yeah, well, that Project Bluebeam is one of the titles that was given to that.
Absolutely.
Well, whether
Yeah.
it's just like AI, edited in, if it's staged. You know, who
Yeah,
knows?
Werner von Braun's secretary talked about it. She claims that he said it on his deathbed as well. Yeah, look, that one's been around for a while.
I don't,
Yeah, it's
you know.
cleverly. But think about it, folks. It's cleverly designed to make us believe in something that we already believe in, and they're trying to make us not believe in. Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
So even like I got into UFO Twitter because one of my family members, like, you know, he worships this guy basically, this guy Kent Dunn, and y'all might know him. But yeah, he talks about the Palladians a lot, and my family member actually like worships the Palladians. Like they think that the Palladians created us, and even that community of the UFO Twitter is saying that there's gonna be a faked alien invasion.
Yeah, I've kind of had to learn for myself what that is. Like people are kind of repeating sentences that sounded similar, and then stumbled across this thing on YouTube, and I'm like, this is the belief. I get it now. Yeah, I don't know. There's lots of different like crazy things out there. I also someone was talking about the Anunnaki coming back because apparently they come back every once in a while.
Yeah, I think that's the Watchers.
We're like the galactic weekender.
But even when people see the phenomena with their own eyes, you know, those of you who've heard me speak before about my own experiences, I see the phenomena a lot. So, you know, especially during the day, orbs in the sky, large orbs, glinting orbs, and I'll zoom around and do all sorts of things. And I'll show people on the streets. I do it. I've done it many times, and it's quite extraordinary. You can have anywhere between 6 and 15 people. And they'll all react differently. Some of them, their jaw will drop to the ground. Others, oh, that has to be a satellite. They get very angry. Well, it must be a satellite. I'm like, what? In the middle of the day, stationary? Um, it's really quite unbelievable. Even if people started seeing sources, one half of people are going to go, finally, the government and the agencies are showing us their secret technology. And other people are going to go, no, that's definitely aliens. Humans have got this extraordinary ability to disregard evidence that's right in front of their own eyes. So, yeah, look, I mean, I would imagine that it's entirely possible some factions plan a fake alien invasion, but still, I reckon half of the people will say, oh, come on, we know that you're faking it.
Well, let's
I
hope
just
the
don't.
real ones don't get here first, eh?
Well,
Yes,
they're already here, Ken.
thank
They're
you.
absolutely. They've been
Yeah,
here for a long
well,
time.
I know that, and you know that, but you're trying to make it look like they're not, and they
Yeah,
are,
and
and
so,
they
and
could be. And
people do. There are people who think the whole thing is set up by the government. I do not believe that. Like, I don't believe that. I believe that there are actual beings. I believe beings came down and taught us back 4,000 years ago. Like, I think they're gonna come back, but that's just my opinion.
Eric?
Okay, let's consider this. I'm sure there's people in this room that already have. Let's consider that there is an advanced intelligence that's already kind of entrenched itself within humanity, whether it's hidden or whatever. And maybe they're orchestrating all this because then they're able to operate and manipulate and control the consciousness of most humans, and they can do their thing, whatever their thing is, and just keep us all confused at the same time. Has anyone considered that it's not humans that are actually trying to fuck everybody up? It's some other intelligence.
No, humans are fucked up too.
Yeah,
yeah,
I have thought about it. I mean,
But the humans aren't in charge, is what I'm trying to say.
But do you remember when
I'm down with
they
that.
are.
Obama was on Jimmy Kimmel, or I forget who it was, and someone asked him, you know, one of the Jimmys, like, "Oh, tell me about the aliens," and he goes, "Well," he starts sort of like laughing. He says, "Well, I can't." He says, "They're very strict with us. They don't allow us to." Now, when he was saying they, I believe he was referring to the aliens themselves. Now, whether he was just teasing or whether he was making, you know, many a true word is spoken in jest. Look, I think Eric's got a very good point there. And if I'm not mistaken, Ponty and Gunga have made it pretty clear that the ETs do fuck around with us and do actively manipulate our society. I think it's something that needs to be taken very seriously.
Okay, so
Or it could be the they that are controlling the ETs, which are controlling us and the manipulators and the influencers, and they're overseen by the watchers who are overseen by the ultra terrestrials. Yeah, let's chuck it all
No,
in.
who are the ultra terrestrials then?
They're coming
They're
from another dimension.
Yeah,
Well, the
they're the
same
big
for the
bosses.
Watchers.
No, no,
Hal
no. They're the bosses of the Watchers. Yeah.
Hal Pudov published a paper about ultra-terrestrials. Look, it's pretty vague. You could just as easily call them genies or demigods or,
Yeah, that's a surprise, isn't it?
astral beings. It's pretty vague. But look, Pudov's OG. Whatever you think of him, he's he's been in this for a long time. He's definitely part of the Invisible College.
Yeah. And it could be that let's just say an advanced intelligence is providing humans with technology so that humans can control other humans for them so that they don't have to fuck around with us. We just got humans controlling other humans and making it easier on the advanced intelligence.
I think you could always consider as well that if and it's just purely logical, ultra advanced, and they don't even have to be that ultra advanced. They could just be 1,000 years more technologically advanced than us in the same kind of growth rate. They could have mastered biology, all these different things they can do. So, when you think about the possibility that all these different, vastly different types of UFOs, so many different types of UFOs, and reliable reports of different types of beings, you have a lot of different options to think about the source. Could it be all these different races, this, that, the other? Are they just trying to appease us? Blah, blah, blah. The way I look at it is that these are all second generation life forms. Even the ones that people think up and down are first generation life forms, because you're not going to send, life forms, to Earth and to be under such great potential for death. You would send avatars that would complete specific missions for specific reasons, and the entire society, or if it's just one primary intelligence, super intelligence, it could experience through all the different beings and even through the craft. And
Is
if you
that what they
notice
told
something,
you, or
excuse me.
is that what they told you? I mean, I didn't know that you spoke for them or had any idea what they think.
Well, I've had experiences, but this is, even if we don't discount my personal experiences, which are very intense and have been experienced with others. It's logical to assume that a advanced civilization or an
Do
advanced
they use
intelligence.
logic?
Excuse me.
Hey, hold up, Kent. Let him go ahead and finish talking, please.
Yeah.
Well,
And we're just talking theories here, everybody. Obviously, we're
Yeah.
not trying to say we know everything that's going on.
yeah, and I try to, reinforce that as much as I can. And if I'm coming off like I have the book of everything, I apologize. That's
You
not
are.
my.
You're fine.
But an advanced intelligence would likely explore a galaxy and would send out probes. And these probes wouldn't be like von Neumann probes. They would be factory probes. They'd be pre-programmed with massive amounts of information. They'd create factories to do this, that, and the other. They could create life forms. They could have all these things and allow that data to be turned back to the primary intelligence somewhere else. And that primary intelligence could be a society, or it could be a single intelligence in different forms. And in some interesting ways, that does kind of explain a bunch of different little things. If someone shot down a U.S. Transport plane with 10 soldiers in it, we'd be pissed off, and you'd find out about it, or we'd try to rescue the people. There's crickets from the other side. It's almost as if these bodies are disposable. If they were avatars, that might, that's a hypothesis that might explain why they are not too stressed about losing bodies. There's a lot of interesting thoughts you could, explore and weigh them against reliable, UFO history events. And it's fun to have these conversations and ponder what could or would an advanced civilization do. There's notions that an advanced civilization would explore the whole universe and take over a whole universe, a whole galaxy. I think as it grows technologically, it would stop at a certain point, having acquired most of the information about the entire universe just from, let's say, a quarter of one galaxy. Because we're talking billions of stars, billions of systems.
Okay, I have a question. What is the best evidence that there is another intelligent civilization in outer space?
That's a good question, actually.
For me or for the room?
Anybody.
I would start with looking at the moon and what we've been able to photograph from the moon. That would be where I'd start.
Well, I mean that circles Earth. I'm talking about any like other civilizations, intelligent civilizations in the
I'll
outer space.
I'll have a stab at it, Taylor, and maybe it's a bit pertinent to aliens'
And do
point.
not say the Fermi paradox, please.
No, not at all. No, I was going to say, a more sensible description of what appears to be manifesting is a bunch of teenagers out on a weekend trip to the Earth.
Wait, what?
I think
Like
that'd
the
be lower.
aliens are badass kids that aren't listening to their moms that are saying, "Stay away from that place."
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that makes more sense to me than half the scientific theories I hear. Sorry.
Yeah, we're like the Tijuana of planets.
That would be a really cool
So
way to
that's
be
our
considered,
best
though.
evidence that
North
We're the
Centennial
Tijuana of
Island.
the galaxy.
Taylor, I'd say that it's experience your stories, but then it's a matter of how much value do you give to that. I think some people value it more, some people value it less, but I think that's the best evidence so far.
I know I know a guy from the Navy who sat down and shown videos and told explicitly that these are extraterrestrial visitors. Those specifically extraterrestrial was what he was told. So I mean, I think the Navy at least thinks that.
I don't know if they think that. I think that they were lied to. I think that they told us they're from Mars back in the day, and we looked at Mars and said this is a desolate area. Like I think that they're liars, and they're just gonna keep lying.
Who looked at Mars, Taylor?
Your telescope?
Oh, there's a telescope that you have. You can go watch. You can go look at Mars. I'm serious.
Yeah, I have a telescope.
And you could see Mars.
Yeah.
And you could see if there's life on Mars.
There's lots of
Well, I
chocolate
can't
bars.
see like minute details, but it looks pretty shitty to live there.
Martha has her hand up.
But NASA should be able to see details. What about the rover? Do we see anything with the rover?
Probably.
My point is, do you really think they're going to tell us? I mean, seriously, do you really think they're going to tell us?
I think
Dude,
there's
Mars is
shit
like
going
the
down on Mars.
worst place in the solar system to live. Actually, it's not. Venus is probably worse, but like, why the hell
What's
would
up,
they live
Martha?
there?
And you're right. I wouldn't want to live on Mars. Fuck that.
I totally want to live on Mars, so I'll switch you, Logan.
Okay.
Bro, you would die. Like, oh, it sucks. Live in a
Girl,
bubble.
we've been breathing enough methane gas to survive on Mars for like probably my entire life, which is long.
Mars might be really awesome in the past.
Oh yeah, probably they had water.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do about the radiation?
I don't know.
It had a
What are you
magnetic
gonna
field.
eat? What are you gonna drink?
Verisimilitude.
It had a
How
magnetic
are you
Anyway,
gonna sustain oxygen?
I think they solved that one with a little like box or something. But Taylor, I wanted to just mention to your point. You said, "How do we know?" Right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you don't know, then you don't know, and if you feel that you do, then you do. And everyone feels, I think, a little bit differently about this, except for like maybe 6 of 7 speakers.
Yeah, I think it's just me.
So I had a thought, guys. We should go to the tip of South America. There's a place called Rio Grande, Argentina, and we should go there and we should rent a boat and we should just fucking go to Antarctica. Like, because you can go there as like on a cruise ship or you can pay like $8,000 and go to Antarctica, but they're not going to let us check it out. So we should just collectively tiptoe down to South America and like count our pennies and rent a boat and just fucking go there and just rogue it.
You can go there. You can go there and cruise, like on a cruise.
Yeah, but I don't want to cruise. I want to like sneak there and go see this volcano that's just like has lava coming from it all. There's like a lava lake. I want to go check out that. I don't want anybody fucking telling me where I can and can't go until I'm
like
already
that red
there.
lake. It's like a bleeding red.
No, that's different. That's like salt and acidity that's trapped under frozen like water because like the salt doesn't freeze obviously. So when it comes up to the surface, it oxidizes and turns red. That's different. There's an actual volcano in Antarctica that like has lava.
Could I just suggest, Ocean, do not attempt that, mate. I've been to the Arctic, and don't. If you're going to do an expedition, get a bunch of people together, get experienced people, and spend a lot of money on warm gear, because It's not something you can do rogue, mate. Trust me.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
like I'm not
don't do
used
it
to
rogue because
that.
you'll probably
Well,
get like machine gunned down. But you could probably be okay with like a sweater, in the summer.
well, I'm up here in northern Canada, so like I'm not saying that like I wouldn't be cold, but I'm just saying that I want to go there and I want to kind of go there illegally because I want to check it out. So I might make that my life mission once my kid's like, I don't know, doesn't want to hang out so much anymore.
It seems like you are thinking that there's something very special to discover aside from just a volcano.
I just want to go. I hear there's this and that, the other thing. I want to see. I want to go for my own self. Like this is my planet and I want to check it out.
It's
A
your
quick,
planet.
a quick thought about any proof for aliens outside of our Earth is check out Victor Vigiani's NORAD documents that he did a FOIA and accidentally they sent him extra stuff. And the stuff was about tracks of interest, um, intercepted tracks, unknown tracks. It's very interesting. Of course, you would see things coming into our atmosphere from space that would be mundane, banal stuff, meteorites and meteors and stuff. But when you also go through that, you find out that NASA has 3 different places that they scramble jets from, and they have intercepted tracks. Now, I presume it's conceivable to intercept a meteorite, but if you look at those documents and some of the stuff they found there, it's overt almost. It wasn't supposed to be released. It's Victor Vigiani. He's a fellow Canadian, as you, and he's a brilliant researcher, and those documents are very interesting.
Did y'all see that NASA intercept that meteorite today or whatever?
I just wanted to quickly mention.
Everybody thought it was hilarious. Like, I don't know. It was kind of being trolled on Twitter.
Oh, the DART mission.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
I saw the impact. That was legendary.
It looked like stupid.
I think it looks like exactly what it was. They landed something on an asteroid.
They landed it? I thought they just crashed into it.
It's the same thing.
Oh, okay.
It's a very fast landing.
You said that name was Victor Vigiani? Because I'm going to try to find that.
I pinned it.
Well,
Logan, check it out.
Oh, okay.
To put it another way, we literally just trashed a meteorite, a meteor.
Wait, Alien, what is in those documents? Like, can you tell me and the audience what the proof is in them?
I just wanted to add to what Kent said. Yeah, we did smash an asteroid, and I wonder if that'll come back and bite us in the ass. Like, can you imagine? Like, I don't know how many years from now, it's like we have a bunch of debris flying at us, and it's like, oh.
But the debris is made of gold and titanium.
The impact was really small relative to the size of the asteroid. It was very small. We didn't smash it or destroy it or break it into pieces. It was intended to just tilt it a little bit outside of its normal orbit around the other asteroid it was going around, and that make some mathematical calculations as to the effectiveness of trying to protect the Earth from a similar kind of situation.
I just wonder what the butterfly
that's a fair
effect.
point. That's a fair point, but we've also got to keep in mind that the minute we altered the trajectory, we also took the possibility that a future part of its trajectory will be a changed trajectory that could hit something else, which could change its trajectory right back to hit us again.
Yeah,
So
just like the butterfly effect, right? And not even just us. Like, what if it's affecting other life that we don't even know about? It's like now we've like did a practice thing to protect ourselves, which is good. We don't know, so I mean, technically, it's not really. Well, it is our fault, but like, what if like you just don't know, man? Like, and what if there's other planets out there doing that shit too? And they're like, yay, look, now we have this technology, and the next thing you know, now it's coming for us.
Right, and there is no rhyme or reason to it. There is no purpose other
I
than.
have a question.
Yeah.
Do y'all fully trust NASA?
I think NASA is a
No,
genius
NASA's run
brand.
by Nazis.
Genius brand.
Martha, I couldn't really hear you.
NASA means never a straight answer.
No, I think NASA's
depending on who's
awesome.
telling them
I
what
love
to do.
NASA. I have a passive aggressive NASA shirt from Target that I like to wear. But I think it's a great exercise in branding. I don't think that NASA has ever really been one entity. I think that it is a good reference for any number of entities, which may or may not exist at any given time. And by the way, I love you, NASA. And I'm going to switch to listening so I can put my Bluetooth back on. Love you guys.
Yeah, I don't know if I love you, NASA.
Never seeing aliens around. That's what NASA stands for.
You can't say they're not trying. You know who's trying the hardest is the freaking Vatican. What the hell is up with that? Like, they got the biggest telescope. And I read something the other day online, and it was like, oh, Jesus was an alien, and this and that. Like, from the Vatican. Like, they are all in on the shit. It's all a bunch of Freemasons, the whole thing.
Yep, and there's the keyword of the day, Freemasons. If you don't mind, everybody, let's do hands
Freemason.
because we're starting to talk over each other a bit. And it's getting annoying to some people. If you don't mind. All right, Ken has his first hand up.
Who's it getting annoying to?
Me especially. What's up, Ken?
No, I was just going to say the largest telescopes in China, not the Vatican, but sort of to the whole point. It's how we receive it. It's how we hear things. It's how we interpret it. It doesn't change what's happening. We can say we're seeing this or seeing that. Sooner or later, they're going to have to sort of get to the whole point that whatever it is, whatever we want to call it, it's here. It's interfacing with us, and it doesn't seem to be going away. In fact, if anything, it seems to be becoming more prevalent. So the sooner we find a way to deal with it, with all the bullshit around it, the better. That's just my opinion, and it might even teach us how to get along better as well.
Yeah, for sure. What's up, Dale?
Look, I just made a off-the-cuff tweet a few days ago which said, if you want to learn about the phenomena, then you best go ask the phenomena or engage with the phenomena. And that's where I think is the most sensible path. It's really not that difficult. I never had childhood experience or anything like that, and it didn't take me very long to start getting answers direct from the phenomena. And everybody's got their own path up the mountain. It can be prayer, it can be breathwork, it can be yoga, it can be qigong, it can be hemi-sync, psychedelics, whatever. I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do or what
Don't
not
forget the
to do.
Babylon working ritual.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, ritual magic's an old thing. I mean, Aleister Crowley was a
And
half
Jane
fraud.
Fonda's
Ritual magic's old. The English court, John Dee, was doing that long before Aleister Crowley was. So ritual magic's an old thing. There's lots.
Yeah, old back
Yeah,
in the waters.
really old. I mean, there's ritual magic
Older than that.
Yeah, well, of course, there's ritual magic in Babylon and Egypt. So I mean, it's an old thing. But there's many paths. There's many paths up the mountain, and instead of waiting for the government to provide disclosure, because they're not going to, or certainly not in the format that anybody's hoping, it's just really easy to find out yourself. You see things in a very polar way. I don't. I look at things. I don't just filter things through the one lens. Not to criticise you. Everybody's path is valid. But I don't just see things as it's this or it's that. It's within my approved philosophy or it's evil. There's lots of ways up the mountain. It doesn't matter whether, like I said, to each their own, whether it's Tai Chi, breathwork, or prayer. There's lots of ways to get the phenomena to show itself to you. It's quite compliant in showing itself to people who really reach out.
I don't even agree there's a mountain, Dale.
What's up, Ahmed? Ali? Hey, should I call you Ali or Ahmed?
No, Ahmed.
Okay, cool.
Always call me Ahmed. That works. Just to add to what Dale's saying, I'll just say that's been my experience. I was someone who wasn't into the subject. Didn't really think about it too much. I got curious about it. I had an anomalous experience, and I thought, okay, fine. The best way to get into this is let me experience it for myself. I don't trust what I read at the time back then. So I just started meditating every day. Met with a group of people who basically went to the Monroe Institute. They did a bunch of courses together. So they want to continue meditating together. So I just met up with that group and told them, hey, could I just tag along, just do what you guys do, and just ask questions if I run into experiences? They said yes, and just that's my biggest advice for y'all. Just meditate and see where that takes you. And on that note, I'm actually gonna try and meditate before I go to bed. So hope y'all have a good night.
Good night, brother. You gonna play some guitar first?
I'm already in bed, but another day I'll play for you again.
Sweet, brother. Hey, what's going on? No one's has their hand up. Eric, what's on your mind?
Nothing. I'm actually really tired, so I'll have some more stuff to talk about maybe tomorrow or the next day. But thanks, guys. Have a good night.
You too, Eric. Yep. What's on everyone's mind? No hands for the moment since
Put your
no one's
hands up
talking.
in the air. Put your hands up. I just want to say my phone updated, and now I'm super mad because I don't have the 100 anymore. But I do have sound effects, so
You
y'all in for it.
do?
Taylor, sup?
Taylor has sound effects too. Can you play some? Oh, I gotta get some of this. Hey, so Taylor, how would you recommend going about removing demons?
I don't know. Ask MUFON. They've recommended ways to remove demons.
Oh, there goes
What do
alien
you think about
protocols.
that? What do you think about MUFON telling people to go to
I knew it was
church?
gonna happen.
You asked me.
Move on told people to go to church.
Yeah, they literally said it in like one of these spaces, like with everybody we know. Do y'all not remember that?
I wasn't here.
Yes, it was. It was some girl.
Some girl said that.
Yeah,
What
she was
girl?
like, I'm going through a bunch of shit. Like, and I talked to MUFON. They told me to get a priest.
Oh, that girl, Louisa. Right. Yeah, she's I don't know. I don't think it could hurt. I could use some church myself.
Yeah, you don't have to go to church. But
I
anyway, the Vatican is I think that they're in like the dark shit. Like, I don't know. I'm looking into the Vatican, and it just like it just get worse and worse. Like, honestly, the Catholic Church and the Vatican, I don't know, dude.
Oh, did you see like when they were doing like the whole queen from inside that church? When you looked at like the floor, from the top, you could see it was like a checkered floor, like in a Freemason pattern. Did you notice that, Taylor?
No,
I'll send you the picture I'm talking about. You'll love it.
bro. I know a 33 level Mason, and he is exposing the fuck out of Freemasonry, and he's on Twitter, and I hope one day he'll come in here. The dude is so knowledgeable, like on any topic.
Is he neutral, or would you call him a good guy, a bad guy, or what?
Okay, so he was a 33 level Mason, and he was in Texas, and apparently he had almost died, and something happened to him. He had near death experience, and they let him out, like they let him go from Freemasonry, like he got to leave, and yeah, he's just exposing the fuck out of it right now. And the shit that he said in spaces, this was in y'all space, but oh my god, and it was two other Masons in there, and like they were just like talking about all the shit, but the other two were kind of still in.
Can you
Okay.
quickly explain what a Freemason is? Because when I think Freemason, I think of like a masoner, like a literal mason that's like free to do his work where he likes to do his work. Like, I got no fucking idea.
For his
Yeah, they're
vision.
like a
I
cult.
posted it, Taylor, by the way. It's up top. See the upside down cross pointing away from the altar, the checkered floor?
Yeah, can I comment on the Mason thing? Just because you have two types of Masons that I recall. You have, and I may be getting this wrong because I'm not a Mason, but you have speculative and operative. But remember that Masonry is just building. So a stonemason is someone who works with stone. They build, and I guess you could theoretically have other types of Masons. But if you go back historically, you will find that there are Masons who worked all kinds of symbolism. If you go back and say, look at the medieval cathedrals and so forth, well, remember, this precedes everything that today we think of as masonry, because you have you have rites of masons you've got Scottish Rite, York Rite. There's one called Prince Albert Hall, and then there's another Masonic Rite that's that's about 100 and probably 120 years old. And what they are today is fraternal organizations, keeping in mind that co-masons do accept women. So they're not just men, but these become operative. I'm sorry, those are probably what you call speculative, because a lot of folks look at the Masons as a secretive order, because the motto of the Freemasons is ask one to be one, meaning that anyone can join, although some are still, I don't know, I've been told that they all accept women now. I don't know if that's true, but remember, these are international orders. There are a lot of Masonic type orders, Rosicrucianism, that some people liken them to the Theosophists, or to, you had orders of old like Cathars who were persecuted for their beliefs. You had the Templars, and many people say the Knights Templar were sort of the medieval, like a precursor, because even though the Templars were monks, they were warrior monks who would protect the pilgrims of France and Europe on their pilgrimages to the Holy Land, Jerusalem. They were combining theology and certainly the Christian faith or the Christian religion with the militant willingness to defend um, those who would go on that pilgrimage against bandits along the way. And then also, um, when you got to the Holy Land, it was not always held. Jerusalem was not always held by the Christians. Sometimes it was the Muslim. Sometimes it was the Christian. So you had holy wars going on there. But the idea of Freemasonry, some would argue, goes back long, long before recent centuries, because modern Freemasonry is only a couple hundred years old, and I couldn't tell you too much about the origins. But what happens is you have a secrecy that is involved in being some of the Masons, and the joke for me has always been like they have secret handshakes, and they do have rituals that 100 years ago were not widely known. But I would argue that most of the things that go on in a Masonic lodge, because if you look in most towns, wherever you live, there's probably a Masonic lodge. Could be Scottish Rite, maybe York Rite, and you can you can learn what goes on in the lodge. It's not like that's entirely secretive, but just notice you'll never get a handout like in an airport, like the Hare Krishnas would give you, the Vaishnavas. You'll never be invited to go to a Masonic meeting,
That's
and you won't.
wonderful. I hope I never get invited, because I'm going to tell them fuck no, and I'm going to be rude.
Right, but you see what I'm trying to say is you'll never see a commercial saying, "Hey, look, the Masons are launching a new campaign," and that's why I say it goes back to their motto, which is "Ask one to be one." And people have kind of construed that as saying, "Well, they're secretive, and that by design they're up to no good," which I happen to know for a fact is not true. For instance, my mother knows 75 years ago, the one Mason in her very, very rural North Carolina neighborhood, everybody in that neighborhood knew he was a what we call a pillar of society. He was a very noble person, a nice man. He was generous. I think he might have even gone to the local church. But remember, often they would go do their Masonic meeting, and some of the same people would attend a Christian church. So what's happened is it's not as if to say that there were not people even 100 or 125 years ago who were taking this secret knowledge or the learning of I don't know
No,
what to
it's
say.
Luciferianism.
Yes. Now Taylor might speak. I'm going to stop for. I don't know, Emily. Have I kind of given it a hint here? Because you can find out more. You can just Google it online. There's been a lot of books written about it. I think it's Albert Pike or something. But what I would rather hear is Taylor to say a little bit about something that is very concerning to me, and that is this thing called Luciferianism.
I mean, yeah, I mean that's what they worship. I mean, after 33 levels, you're kind of getting into the very dark arts, shall I say, and doing a very illegal stuff and torturing people. But under that, like, you don't really know what's going on. I believe that. I believe they don't know what's going on. It's just Luciferianism. It's evil. It's like not of scripture, and they think they're so holy, and they're not. They're running the New World Order. Like, they're literally behind the whole thing. Like, all the presidents, all the world leaders are in this group, and obviously they're up to no good.
Did everyone know that all US presidents, except I think it's Martin Van Buren and Joe Biden,
Donald Trump and Lincoln.
are related by blood? All of them, including Obama. They're all related by blood. Every last one of them except Biden and Van Buren.
No,
They
Trump
connected
was
to that
Trump
one guy,
and
right?
Lincoln were the only ones that weren't a Mason.
Yeah,
That
all of
guy
them
who
are
wrote the
all of
Magna
them are
Carta.
connected by blood. Yeah, they're all related. But I mean, how could that be possible, right? So if this is a democracy, what we all vote. Look, I better not get into that. But what? How is that possible that they're all related by blood? I think it was a college student or a senior student who figured it out. It wasn't someone
Yep.
published it, but it's true. I
I
mean,
posted that
there's
video.
yeah. To me, that bent. I only found out about this recently, and it's really messing with my head. The idea that 100, well, all but two of them are related.
I think maybe it's because that family or those groups of families that are related have the ability to get into the position in which they are voted for. So it's not like we actually voted for that person. It's just the people that were presented to us that were able to get into that position to be presented to us. They had the means to get into that position. You know what I'm saying? It's not a
Yeah.
democracy. It's
Oh, well,
not.
exactly. I mean, John Kerry and George Bush Senior were both members of Skull and Bones. I mean, they were
Oh
asked
yeah.
on the media. So you got two guys from Skull and Bones who have a blood oath to back each other to the death. Basically, who are, really, is that a vote when both members are Skull and Bones?
Oh, dude, the media guy who asked the president about Skull and Bones on TV, days later he was killed. Or he died, I mean.
Yeah, you're not allowed to ask certain questions.
Oh, they dodged that one quick. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. Just coincidence? I think not. But yeah, I know the video you're talking about. I've posted it a couple times now. I think she was like in junior high, this girl. She was able to connect all the presidents via their mother's side or father's side or something like that, which no one had ever done before. But they all
Hey,
like line up to the guy who created, I think, the Magna Carta way back when.
hey, since we're having a bit of fun, Taylor, and you like mentioning Alistair Crowley, have you ever Googled Alistair Crowley, Barbara Bush? Take a look at that if you want to have your head spin.
Oh, what does that do? I haven't done that one.
Yeah, Google Alistair Crowley, Barbara Bush.
I think you're right though. It's really not a fucking democracy because you think like choices like with my son I'm like, do you want to wear red pants or blue pants? But you still have to wear pants. But real freedom is the choice not to choose either. To be like, I want a different option that isn't being presented to me, whether it's no option like no pants or shorts, right? So it's like we're given this fake idea of democracy, which is like we're gonna pick two people and then you get to pick and we get to say that you're free when really we should get a right to write on that ballot none of the above. This is who I want, somebody totally different. Like it's not going to work, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying it's not a very fair system, I guess.
Well, that's just it. It is controlled. What we have is a very controlled um, uh, society that is always controlled from some level. And I think this is why, if you go back and listen to JFK, I mean, I kind of tuned out. I'm sorry, I'm trying to answer some chats. But if you go back and listen to what JFK was saying back when he was about to expose a great deal of the what happened with the national security state, how this had kind of spiraled out of control, the MIC, the military industrial intelligence complex, sort of asserting its, the military industrial complex didn't spring out of nothing. I do not have the background in the U.S. history, but what I do know is the background for some time, at least as of the European movement, let's say the Theosophical movement. I know a little bit about the history of spiritualism on the continent or in Europe, and also in Great Britain. So I know the theosophical background. I know the progression to what they call, I think it's actually Thule Society. I don't know, I can't pronounce it. But what I do understand is that, and I don't know the true origins of what we call the Illuminati, but I do know that there's Adam Weishaupt, the Bavarian Illuminati. There are spurious groups, but we have to understand that everything we see as the rise of and I don't know enough about the Germans, but I can say for sure that between the First World War and some regard the First World War and the Second World War as pretty much just two kind of punctuations in an ongoing planetary conflict, I would say that by the time you get to the Second World War, you have such just squirrel. I hate to say this word now. Oh my God, squirrely. Just such surreptitious motives. Something was going on so serious now that I don't think we can come to all of the crux in a few minutes. But my understanding is you have an Atlantean conflict that was basically sort of recapitulated or repeated during that World War I and II conflict, and that this planet probably very nearly came under dominance by the or domination by the what we would call the dark forces. And these would be forces which at first might not seem to be that different because after all they were the Axis powers. They were guiding the Axis powers. But what would have happened was eventually and in short order, if Germany had won that war, what I think would have happened is we would all now be be a lot more. I mean, we think it's bad now, totalitarianism, authoritarianism. And getting back to your point, Emily, we would all be wearing uniforms and we would all be pretty much one way or the other saying Sieg Heil. And it doesn't mean that we might not have some choices, but what even now many of us protest as being the illusion of choice and knowing that, look, it's like George Carlin says, every 4 years they shuffle a little shit, at least in America, shuffle the shit onto this side, then they shuffle it on this side, to your point. Darn it, he jumped. But anyway, that's what I'm saying is I just don't think that that there there's truly as much free choice as we should have, and we're probably coming to the end of our rope or the end of that system because can y'all still hear me? Because I can't.
I can hear you fine.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but I just don't have any emoticons and I can't tell because I looked down and it was
That's
Dale.
okay. I don't see them anyway.
Yeah, that was Dale, who I was hoping it was still part of this because he mentioned this a while ago. But I just think what happens is I do, and I'll just leave it at this. I think there was what many of us would call divine intervention, although we all have a little different perspective on the divine. I literally think that there's a cosmic power or force that really is in charge, which does not ever, like we say, step on people. It doesn't step on planets. It doesn't even step on people. But when a planet is about to go absolutely off the rails, which we have done in the past, but we've never destroyed ourselves. Well, now with these modern weapons, atomic weapons and beyond, that's where I think they intervened was to prevent this evolution from derailing to the point that we could never have done what we've done in the 50s, 60s, and to this day. And that's where I think we have to realize no one is saying, okay, we're done, we're done screwing around. This is how it's going to be. That's the problem. Is that that's what forces were trying to do, and that's why I think that we're so close now to being what I would call back on track. That although it's beautiful that we're asking these questions and that all this stuff is coming into the light, my prediction is what we said earlier. Within about 2 to 3 years, I estimate that there will be a lot more guidance in this world, and that people will still be asking a lot of questions, but we won't have as much. I just hope that a lot of this kind of political unrest and this feeling that we're about to all, what the hell is this great reset and all this? I think that's what we're trying to do is really get past this big bump in the road because I think the bumps in the road are going to start to smooth out, but it doesn't mean that there's not going to be some more some more shifting around.
No, I think it's getting bumpier and bumpier.
You will
I
have
don't
nothing,
think.
and you will like it.
Yeah, you'll have nothing and be happy. Are you okay with that, Andrew?
Hold on,
In
let
the
me just interject real quick because what Dale said earlier kind of is shocking me. So it says here, Aleister Crowley was the father of Barbara Bush, legally the father-in-law of George H.W. Bush, and the grandfather of George W. Bush. However, he had an affair in 1924 with Pauline Pierce, married to Marvin Pierce, president of the McCall Publishing Corporation. On June 8, 1925, Pauline gave birth to Barbara Pierce. Barbara would go up to marry prominent member of Skull and Bones Society, director of the CIA, and 41st President of the United States, George H.W. Bush. There is strong medical evidence stating that Barbara is the daughter of Crowley, and they do have a striking similarity in facial structure. Go figure. Is that
well,
true?
doesn't that just throw a loop or two into your world history?
That's kind of mind-blowing if that's true. Jesus Christ.
Andrew, do you know who built Solomon's temple?
Wasn't it Solomon?
No.
Then, oh wait, is that the one that's built on Malbec or Baalbec or something? Is that the one that's really pretty ancient?
Okay, This is very prominent in Freemasonry. Because remember you said that they build stuff. Freemasons build. They're stonemasons. Well, what do they build?
Well, these are modern Masons, but when you go back and you look at the building of a lot of the cathedrals, the grandest cathedrals. In fact, you can look at Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland too. But when you look at the cathedrals of the Middle Ages, they are not as straightforward as they would seem. And it's been a while since I mean, I did like a project
Oh,
on this, I
wire.
think, in grad school. But I think if you look in there, you'll find some symbolisms that are not, that are I don't know if I'd call them pagan, but you'll find some interesting we would call it sacred geometry, and we know that just looking at the I call it glorious, the way that these cathedrals are put together evidences that they understood. I don't know if it's some of the same stuff, but just look at the amazing building of the Great Pyramid and some of the other pyramids, and remember that the pyramid is a structure found. I see Kyle's got his hand up, but remember that the pyramid is found on all the continents, as far as I know, and that the pyramids, we don't even still to this day know the exact age of these things. But even though there's variation, we for some reason see that pyramid is all over the place. So that's not something I want to try to tie directly to Freemasonry, but I would say that it gets into that question about, are things being built according to a deeper, call it a cosmic plan, or according to some kind of a much bigger plan of creation than our little
Right.
Earth.
Mm-hmm. But
But
but the Nephilim, that was something that was worldwide history. These giants, that's just history around the world, and that makes sense. The giants would have built them because they're
What's
pretty
up, Kyle?
big.
yeah, I want to see what Kyle says if he'll jump in, because I could respond, but I would like to get Kyle in on it.
Me too. You there, Kyle?
Kyle, you're doing the thing again, whatever you did last time.
Yeah, you gotta get your
There
hand
you
off the
go.
mic.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. No, what I was going to say is I think Bruce Willis, and the guy that's always in the spaces that saves the world. I think that is Luis Elizondo, and he's just creeping on our spaces. So hey, uh, let me see if I can see his name. Harold, Harold, why don't you come up and talk? You're always in our spaces. You are obviously our Bruce Willis, and you played in that movie Armageddon. Why don't you come up and speak? You're
Yeah.
everywhere. I see
He
you
creeps me
everywhere.
out. He does creep me out too.
I think
You don't
it's
ever
Louis.
want to come up?
I think it's Louis Elizondo.
No, I don't think it's Lou Elizondo. He's too busy, but it's probably the other Lou.
Come up and speak.
That wouldn't be bad, although if Elmo cruises through, that would just make my night. That really would.
True. Oh, who invites him? That one other guy. I forget his name. Chongo or something. Come on, Elmo. I want to put the energy out there. Come to me, Elmo. Come all over me, Elmo. Please come.
The very first person to follow Harold down there is someone named Lucille. I don't know if that means anything.
I would like to
Oh.
say who I love here is a Lucy. Lacey. I like you, dude. You're awesome. Lacey's awesome. Taylor,
Mm-hmm.
you kick ass. And Pontificate, dude. You're like I just love listening to your voice. You have so many, like how you go into explanations. You're like a genius, and I could listen to you for hours. If you were like,
Okay.
I don't know, Kai is good. Three, dude, your meditation, I missed it. Sorry, Martha, you're awesome. And I would like to say, dude, I fucking jammed on fucking I would say Tupac or Tupacadra. I hit him last night, but I will apologize to him. But I want it to be in front of everybody. That's how I am.
He tried to come in here, but he was blocked apparently. I don't know how that happened.
I would like to know about that, and that's just an FYI for the room, because basically I was a co-host earlier, and my understanding is if you have someone blocked, does that mean that as a co-host or a host, they're not going to be able to join a room? That's just a good FYI if that's true, because that's why I stepped down. I didn't want to be I don't want to have a block on somebody that's very popular like that.
Oh right, no,
Yeah,
I don't know.
I also blocked somebody because they blocked me, and I was like, "Fuck this shit." But I mean, I can unblock because I'm not into any drama. Like we're all here to
Oh,
get along.
Love you, Kyle.
is that why Becky couldn't come in?
Love you too, Lacey.
I'll just unblock her. Like I don't got no beef, man.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, that's a personal matter. I just think that if you're going to host a space, and that's why this is a it's a learning experience for me. If you're going to host a space and you want to make sure there's a popular person in there, just be aware of that, because now I know. But on the other hand, if you don't really have a desire for that person to, if you don't want to interact with that person, then it's just like in life, you don't go where they are, and if they come bug you, you're like, see you later. There's nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that.
Oh, this is a learning experience for me too. Now I know. What's up, Lacey? I look at Lacey as like my grandmother or like my mom.
Auntie Lacey.
She's the most beautiful
When
soul.
you remove somebody, does that block them?
For a little bit.
Well, see, maybe somebody misadventured and hit that.
If you have
Yeah.
someone, if you have
It
someone
wasn't
blocked,
me because I was down in the bottom when they was fighting the other night.
if you have someone blocked, this chat just won't appear. Like it
Oh,
won't even appear for them.
Mhm.
But if you
I
remove
don't
them,
know.
their name will appear in like a removed list, or you just unblock them so they can find this room again.
Oh,
I know
forgot
I
about that.
blocked Andrew one night. I mean, I removed him.
Oh,
But
there's 0 people removed tonight, so there's no one on the list.
I unblocked her. Like I don't know. I realize I'm not going to be friends with everybody, and not
I
everyone's going to be
didn't
my
mean to
friend, which
do
is
Andrew.
good. But I don't know.
It's
I'm not
okay.
into blocking someone and then they can't be a part of the conversation. Like
But
that's not what I'm about.
Three, I'm sorry, Emily, do you mind my asking real quick, because that was you talking. Do you know for sure, Three, if you're a host or co-host, and if a person is blocked, can they not even enter the room? Is that the hitch there?
Yes, for sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
That
that.
that's my educational experience. And like I said, that's why I stepped down. That's why I was willing to get out of the co-host chair in this case.
I didn't realize that. I appreciate that, Andrew. You don't need to do that though, probably, because he's probably not going to come back. It's all
Oh
good
well.
though. It's all good, but I appreciate it. I didn't know either, so it's all good.
Yeah, I
I
just
don't
think that
I don't block anybody. Just so you know, if they could deal with me now, anytime, and they don't block me, then I respect their opinion. That's
Well,
how I am.
I agree, but at the same time, you got to protect your energy, right? Like sometimes, like for me, it's like on Facebook, like if guys essentially, but like if people are bugging me, I don't need that energy. I don't want that around me, so I'll block it. But at the same time, like we all got to play together in the same sandbox. So it's like I'm cool with everybody. I'm not going to start no trouble, and I can learn something from everyone, regardless of shit that might be a little bit annoying or whatever. Like we all got something to learn from someone.
You and
yeah, we've
Neil?
all got definite lessons, definite lessons. I've been threatened just in the past hour. In fact, I've been threatened twice today to be blocked, actually. But
Damn.
that just leads us eventually back to the questions we were having a while ago.
Hey, what's up, Matt Monroe?
What's up, Logan?
Just partying with my balls out. What about you?
Just waking up, getting ready to work out.
What do you do to work out?
What do I do to work out?
Cardio, weightlifting.
I do like 2 mile hike, then I do 8.5 mile bike ride, then I do like
Ah,
30-minute hit routine, high intensity interval training.
interval training. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. How long does that take?
About an hour and a half.
That's serious.
Yep.
Anyone else work out?
I used to.
Yeah, I guess I
3
used to as
times a
well.
week.
3 times a week? What do you do, 3?
Just
Cardio?
weights. Just weights, bro.
Like,
I was over 200 pounds at a time.
oh shit, I saw those pictures. How'd you lose the weight?
Healthy diet, exercise, and not overeating.
Yeah, diet's like 95% of it, huh?
Well, lifestyle change, because I hate the term diet, because like I did keto and really it's just like low carb or whatever, but it's a lifestyle. People are like, if you stop the diet, then you'll gain the weight. It's like, no shit, if I go back to eating apple fritters and drinking Rolo chocolate milk every day, I'm gonna get fat again. Like, facts, it's a lifestyle change. It's not a diet, right?
Yeah,
You're
I'm a
awesome.
cinnamon toast crunch addict.
I mean, I've got to try to get. I'm just trying to get in shape, and not only that, but I go to I go to Arizona in about less than a week, so I'm gonna be hiking and stuff. So,
Oh, Sedona?
well, yeah, like the Bradshaw Mountains and stuff,
Yeah.
and like a lot of things. I've got like a 9 day trip, so
Jelly.
Dude, Key West is like underwater right now. But Key West isn't even taking the brunt of it. I think Fort Myers is gonna about to take the brunt of it like tomorrow. And then they just detected a tornado in West Palm Beach. Like Florida is so effed right now, and the way that the storm is moving, it's moving really slow. So it's like it's only going like 5 miles an hour. So it's like 12 hours. It's still above you 12 hours later, basically.
that's what happened to us in Houston, man. Whenever Harvey just stalled over Houston, and we just got that downpour, and then we got like 54 inches of rain where I was. It was like, man, that sucks.
Yeah, I seen that coming.
Yeah,
Definitely a bunch of floods.
I'm praying for you three. I've been following, and I did see a news broadcast that wasn't the meteorologist or whatever wasn't very positive about it. But what gets me is I check the snap map, so I'm looking for people posting, and people are like they're not taking it seriously. They're like, oh, I'm out here smoking weed in the hurricane and like partying and stuff, and it's like, okay, like maybe leave or something. Like I don't know. But my heart's with everybody there, man. Stupid or
For
not.
sure. I mean, I've been through tons of hurricanes, but this one just feels different, dude. Like, I don't know. Like, reminds me of like I don't want to say Katrina level, but it's just bad, just really ugly looking hurricane.
It's not the hurricanes I'm worried about. It's the blackouts that's going to come after.
Is it going up the Gulf way?
Yeah, it's in the Gulf right now. It's supposed to make landfall tomorrow. It's supposed to
Okay.
intensify to a Cat 4 like
Shit.
overnight because the Gulf is so warm. It's like fuel,
Right.
and it's like spinning off the coast right now, just like right off the coast.
Do you think cloud seeding has anything to do with this?
For sure, like weather wars. Yeah.
Just for the record, keep in mind that there are individuals who are supposed to be able to control the weather. I mean, if you can do it on a small scale, and if the indigenous peoples, well, I don't want to be, I think they used to call it a rain dance, but if we've been able to control the weathers with consciousness and with uh, prayer, invocation, or whatever, just imagine that we learned how to take that to the next level, harness it, dare I say, hook it up to some technology or something. That actually scares me a whole lot.
Well, dude,
Well,
there's like
all your
30 people in
Andrew,
here.
it's not a bad thing. It's an
So
only fun thing.
why don't we focus our intention and like have it like dissipate the storm, something like that.
could we do a three moment? Could we do like a 30
Yeah.
second like three moment of like fuck off hurricane or something?
Yeah, let's fuck off the hurricane. Let's focus our intention and energy like against it. I don't know how. How do we do that exactly?
How do you
Okay.
stop something that's already in progress?
Yeah, you can.
So we can just visualize like in your minds like see the the image of the hurricane, right? Like spinning over Florida where it is now, right? And just kind of like see it like pixelate in your mind and get lesser and lesser and lesser and kind of just like evaporate away.
I wish Pontificate was a speaker because I'd ask him about
Away.
meditation.
Swing, swing, swing. Yeah, pontificate. You want to lead us into a meditation?
Dear God, please protect Florida. Thank you so much.
And by protect, we mean get rid of the storm, not make it worse.
Prayer is good too. I think prayer is just as powerful. 100%, Taylor.
Well, what is in progress is already going to happen. That's what I think.
Any predictions about what's going to happen?
The hurricane's gonna fuck off because I said so. I'm sitting here, I'm imagining it being this big, crazy hurricane, and I'm imagining it getting smaller along the outside of it and slowly getting smaller. And it's trying so hard to like fight and go inward and crash all these buildings and flood. And I'm like, no, fuck that. And it's getting smaller and smaller. And I see the power of the sun coming down and just vaporizing the hurricane. Fuck that hurricane.
Oh, that's perfect. That's it. You know, we should all have a visualization like that together. So we're having like the same visualization because it'll make it like stronger, I think. Yeah?
No, it's going to flood. There's going to be a major flood. And then here in the winter, we're going to have blackouts. It's because of the energy. And then in the spring, we're going to go through famine. And that's how it's going to go, man.
So how can you make that positive, Kyle?
That's one prediction.
I would have to
It's
say, get your go bag ready and get your batteries and your candles.
Where are we going?
Well, if you had to leave to evacuate, but I'm saying get your 10 most important things on that list. Get your medications, whatever you need for your kids. Get enough water, good water. I'm not saying go buy the whole aisle, but I just say get ready in case the power goes out for a week. Get ready in case it goes out for a month, and that kind of thing.
Andrew's correct. You got to be prepared for a blackout because blackout is chaos. And chaos around big cities is a super chaos. And what's going on with Florida, I seen this like, dude, I dreamed of this a month ago. And I posted about it. I don't know if I posted about it on my other page before I got locked out of it on Twitter, but I have posted about it. And things like this happen with Mother Nature, but the blackouts that's coming ain't, you know, usually what people's preparing for. And I agree with Andrew. You got to be prepared. You got to stock up. You got to protect you and your family.
I just want to say where I am, we literally have like a site that in processing oil, it creates energy for my entire city. So I think as long as the guys that run the trucks and pump the things into the thing to get the energy, I think we're gonna be okay up here. And like also there's like back home they have dams and stuff. So it's like as long as the water is being held by the dam and then going through the dam, like it's localized energy. Like I don't know, I think it'd be okay.
Where you at, Ocean?
Canada. I'm in northern Alberta, but I'm from British Columbia.
You should dig a big hole and build a base in that hole. You have property.
You know what? I always said like when I buy, because I bought a house, but no, when I buy like an actual, cause I'm gonna buy a farm. I want to like bury, because I was out at a property once. They had a bus buried, and they used it as like cold storage, and then they might have had to grow up in there. I'm not sure, but I want like some type of like wine cellar type thing where there's a door and there's like stairs going down, and there's some wines and like low key like apocalypse hideout.
Drunk during the whole thing. That's my motto. When I was in New Zealand, that's what I was doing the whole time. This guy let me stay at his house, and I didn't have any money to like eat or anything, but he had like this huge wine cellar, and I just drank like all kinds of wine nonstop. I lost like 15 pounds in like 2 weeks, but I was drunk the whole time, so it was good.
Jesus Christmas.
Odin
Okay, so
lives on wine alone.
say that part again.
Odin lived on wine alone.
Odin, yeah, he drank nothing but wine.
Well, that is a good way to lose some weight, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was ripped on wine.
All right, I got a challenging thought for you. Kyle, if you were going to recommend something to do, since all this is probably going to hit us, what would we do in terms of consciousness, or say, I don't know, spirituality, or just kind of keeping our spirits up? What would you do to try to stay positive? Because if we can't change it from happening on some level, how can we make sure everything goes best other than just being prepared?
Well, I would say we're all in this together. Whether if we go through a bad time or not, we're all in this together. And if we do hit something that's going to wreck the planet or is going to destabilize civilization, where the power goes out and there's chaos all over the streets, and there's people trying to kill people for a small amount of food, and there's just chaos everywhere. What I would say is go to where you would not want to go, and that is a space far from everybody. I know it's hard to be alone, but sometimes that's the safest place you can be, is alone in a time of chaos. And
Zombie.
that time of chaos where you're alone and you sit there alone and the whole planet's going crazy and everybody's killing each other and there's just total chaos. When you're alone and you find yourself, you will find that you are not alone and that there is a God. And you will find a way in peace. It's harder when you're with people, but if they love you and you love them, you will show them out of the way of chaos and everything will come together. It will be hard, but food and everything is instinct. We will find a way. And I don't know. It's hard to be there because I haven't been there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that sounded like some really good advice to me.
You'll find God, and you'll find that you are part of God.
I live in such a rural place, man. Like, there's not a lot of people, and I drive out of town. It's just prairies. There's just nothing. But Matt, your hand's got to be getting tired, or your arm rather.
Oh shit! I'm
No,
sorry, man.
keep going. You just you don't think about it. But no, like after surviving Harvey and the freeze in Houston and all that, and I mean these were serious like FEMA type incidents. I mean I was blessed because nothing really happened in my house, but all around me it was devastation. And one thing you learn is, one, don't rely on the government ever. Two, if you've got friends in your local community, you just you just bear down during when shit's hitting the fan, and you do what you can do to make it through that incident. Like if there's flooding or the high winds or whatever, you go to those internal rooms or you get on the second floor, but and the aftermath. I mean, the aftermath can sometimes be worse. After the storm, that's when all the flooding started where I was. And you like everybody just helped each other. It was awesome that like we had the Cajun Navy. I mean, we had people just getting boats. We were all just like, okay, we got a boat. Let's go help. Let's go help. Everybody was just, what can I do to help? And that's what really makes it through, or helps people make it through those disasters. Look to the helpers. When you got people like Mr. Rogers would say, look for the helpers. Um, you see what you can do, and if no one's doing something, just say, hey,
I'm doing this. Who wants to help? And you'll have so many people trying to help each other. That's one good thing about natural disasters is you see the good in people.
Yeah, Oceans, you saw like a lot of good in people, huh?
I was just looking for photos. I'm gonna share a bunch of pictures of when my house flooded. Cause yeah, no, I went through the fire, which was pretty interesting. We had a huge ass fire, and we're all just chilling. And then the fire was like, "I'm coming to town," and literally, people couldn't make it home before their house was burnt, and like some people did, and then they like able to get their pets and stuff. But like a huge portion of our town burned. It was pretty traumatic. Like my house didn't burn, so I was like, okay, but it was still scary. And then 2 years later, we had a flood, and I'm like, oh no, we're gonna have to evacuate again. And my son's dad's like, no, it's fine, don't worry about it. He's like, oh, I can see the river from the window, like because the river was gonna flood, and I like was bawling. I'm like, don't do that. And he's like, it's fine. And then it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and the police came and knocked on the door. They're like, yep, you gotta go. um, and that time I was affected, and it fucking sucked. But yeah, no, there's definitely like good after. There's always good after. And with the fire, it's absolutely crazy how only one person died in like a car accident on the highway, but like everybody was able to get out of town. Like I don't know, look up Fort McMurray wildfire. Like there's literally fire on either side of the roads. Like vehicles were choking out and like going in the ditch. Drove past like a campground where like the propane tanks were like exploding, like trees were just exploding next to each other. Are you muting? Who's muting? Logan. Logan.
Oh, my mistake. Sorry, my finger hit the button. You didn't
The
get
one
muted though,
I'm
did
the
you?
one, but still, like
He
I
fell
don't
asleep.
know what.
My finger kind of landed on it by accident. My bad.
All good. It doesn't affect me, but it's like, are you trying to mute me right now?
No, I can't mute you. I know that.
But no, yeah, it was super traumatic. But I lived, right? We made it. And yeah, the first night I sandbagged. I didn't sleep for 4 days when the flood happened. I was going crazy by the end of it. But the first night we were sandbagging. I was uptown sandbagging for the hospital, because if the hospital flooded, then we'd all have to actually leave town, not just the affected area. And then the second night we were sandbagging the Heritage Center, and I show up there and they're just like, what should we sandbag? I'm like, I don't know, the church. And I'm not even like a religious person, but it's like the original church that was here. Like and yeah, it was just like we were out there, it was like fucking o'clock in the morning packing sandbags, like people from all walks of life. We had a pizza party. Like, I don't know, it's just like a really amazing experience. And even though my basement's still half fucked and like it was traumatic, I'm really happy I went through that and I got to experience that community. Go ahead, Kyle. Sorry, I'm rambling.
Well, Ocean, when you go through a traumatic experience, time slows down and you gain knowledge from that. And that's what I believe. I went through an earthquake. There was only like 10 seconds, and it lasted like, to me, in my mind, lasted like 5 minutes. And so time slowed down when I was going through a traumatic experience. And that happens to me often. What I gotta ask is, and I got a question for Taylor, which will be later, and then I got a question for Andrew. Andrew, have you had any UFO experiences?
Yeah, probably. But, I have to divide between the past 5 months and 1995, and I couldn't begin to describe 95 from my present chair. But I would have to say that in the past few months, I wouldn't ever begin to explain that either until I sat on a mountaintop for a long time, or found a good guru who was like, come here for a second and straighten some things out. But I would say that just because you say UFO doesn't necessarily mean UFO. For instance, if I went with some friends to see somebody on another planet, because I have described that in these spaces a couple of times, because they were probably just trying to make sure for posterity that I wouldn't be completely freaked out when the planet started to, like I won't say that I've had UFO experiences, but I would say that I'm very confident that we have friends and allies in some of the neighboring other planets, and that's why I don't really worry too much about the UFOs. I mean, I know there's reproduction vehicles and there's all kinds of, hoopla and things like missing pregnancies. And when you get into all that, it makes it a little confusing even to me. I mean, it makes it confusing to me, I'm sorry, even to people who have been through that. But if you say, hey, have I ever seen a UFO? I know people who have, but I'm not sure I ever have.
Well, you are not judgmental. You sound like a person you're speaking from the heart. You're not judgmental, and you don't judge experiences. Now, I was going to ask a question, Tyler. Tyler, I asked you a question before about the Watchers, and do you think the Watchers are the ones that are observing our planet, the Greys, especially because I've experienced the Greys? Well, my question is to you is, put all that aside. What do you think of the two witnesses? And do you think the two witnesses are here now?
No, because they should be
So,
preaching.
well, the two witnesses not necessarily will be preaching. They'll make their presence known. So there's no one here on the planet that you can recognize as the two witnesses.
I mean, scripturally, I think they'll be preaching in Israel or like Jerusalem. I don't know. I haven't read
The
Revelations
two
in a while.
witnesses, the two witnesses, Taylor, will be, their voice will be on fire. They will be speaking the truth, and they'll be condemned, and the public will look at them as bad, and they'll be stoned, and they will be killed, and then God will raise them up to the heavens. And see, me, I have a whole outlook because I studied religion. I've studied everything because I was trying to figure out what was happening to me. And what's happened to me, it's like a piece of a puzzle. And I think, to be honest with you, I think, the mispregnancies that we're seeing today is kind of like what happened to Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary gave birth to a hybrid that wasn't a mispregnancy. And Jesus came and he spoke his what he wanted to say. And I think this is all just opinion. I don't want anybody to get mad at me, but I just think that we all are one. We all are the same. We all bleed the same.
Okay, so before you change
Whether
topics to
you're
we all
poor,
are one, can I
whether
address
you're
the Mary
poor,
thing?
well, whether you're poor or you're on the street or whatever, I am no better than you. We're all consciousness. And I have this building thing in me. It's like a fire. It's like a building thing in me that I want to teach people, but I'm so fucking dumb. But that spark is right there in my brain. And I think it's all in all.
Okay, I was just gonna say I think that what's going on with the in pregnancies and people getting pregnant with aliens is more like the days of Noah, whenever the Watchers came down and mated with man. But I don't know I don't know where the hybrids are.
We are the hybrids, I think.
No, we're not.
No, I think we are. I think we are.
No,
I
we're
think
not.
maybe it's
Why they no that no, we're not.
well, what if it's like an
They want
intergalactic?
pure DNA. That's why they keep coming and freaking
Well,
taking ours.
what if it's bigger than us? What if there's like a different species of alien life that created Asians, and there's a different species of alien life that created like us, and there's a different species of life that created Africans, and they're all sitting out there, way out in the beyond. And when they get in diplomatic obstruction, they use us to correct it with war. and whoever wins on the planet, our planet, with war, you know, obstructs them. Because if they did it, it would be the end of the universe. But it's just a planet, so they solve their differences through us. We don't know what the hell we are. You know, humanity.
Is that in a
All
is
we
that in a
know is
comic
we're
book
just
or a
on this
fictional
planet.
story?
You know.
I think I've heard that in a fictional story. I think that there makes more sense for there to be a god. And then even with the whole aliens creating aliens and then other humans, like that would still mean that there would have to be a god.
Well, if aliens created us, then that means that they are God because they're our
Fuck no. Who
creators.
created them? Who created the universe?
Well, they created us maybe to solve them from having to go to war. We go to war, like let's say
Well, who
they
created them?
created us, and whatever war we go through settles their disputes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but you haven't thought far enough. Who created them?
Well, it has to end with consciousness, obviously.
Yeah, a very conscious and intelligent, omnipresent being. That's like the only option that's left.
But I think the Greys, to be honest with you, I think the Greys are the Watchers, and when they come and take me, and yeah, they might do experiments on me. And I did meet a hybrid child, which I think is mine. I think every time I see them, they are concerned. It's more concerned about us and our planet. I don't know if it's about nuclear warheads. I did have a dream of a meteorite hitting the planet and like these big ass storms come up following to this meteorite hitting. But I feel that they are concerned. They're when I'm being taken. They're concerned about what's going on here. And if they're the watchers and God is above the watchers, maybe God is giving me a sign, but I don't know that because everybody's saying demons, demons, oh, they're demons. And I don't feel that. I feel that there's more of a concern. And they shut our nuclear weapons down and all this other
How do you know
stuff.
the
And
CIA didn't just make up that they shut down our nuclear weapons, or that they're not working for another country? Because
well, I don't know if
we know that government leaders have been working with these things since Egypt.
well, I don't know if our government just made up the story that said that they'll make the UFOs come and shut down the nuclear warheads. I believe the people that are saying it. I believe the
They make
person
up a
that
lot
is.
of stories.
Yeah. No, I believe the people that are coming forward. I believe the people that have experienced this, and I believe that we don't.
I think
Yeah, we
Roswell
don't
was
know
a
we don't know
psyop.
what's going. I don't know what's.
What's up, Ocean? You had your hand up?
I did, yeah. I was just waiting. Yeah, no, it's all good. I did post my experience in the flood there if y'all care, but don't matter either way. But yeah, I just want to say with like the ancient alien things, I did look into a couple different beliefs there. There was one belief that like uh I guess like I don't know, I don't understand frequencies. Like I was in a room with someone and they're like, you have to raise your frequency. I'm like, okay, well, is there like a frequency checker? Like, how do I know that my frequency went from this frequency to another one? Which then somebody very sciencey told me you can measure the frequency in your body, but it requires lots of sciencey type stuff. But yeah, I looked at that and I like, I pondered it. And then there was a video that was against it. And it was just like very much like, you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't believe in them. You shouldn't, they're trying to control you. You should believe in this instead. And what I found was with the first one, they weren't really telling me to follow anything in particular. I mean, in that one short bit that I watched, I'm sure maybe later on they might tell me to do something eventually. But I don't really know what to believe. But I definitely think that there is a tie with serpents, like with like some type of serpents. I don't know if that's because snakes bite and they're scary, so humanoids all around the world kind of found them interesting, or if their bites were like, gave us inflation and that's like, or made us get inflamed, and so that's why we might tie them to like fire. But I think maybe the fact that there's serpent worship in mythologies not so much newer religions, obviously. It's more like they're a bad thing in newer religions. But the fact that you can find it in almost every like mythology, I find that very interesting considering, what we think some aliens are like. But anyways, go ahead, Andrew.
I started my day with an interesting space, or maybe it was later in the day, but it did have to do with the frequency question. And I remember you bringing that question up again and again. Actually, coincidentally, there's an Emily in the other space. She was the co-host who had a lot of good things to say. And I think I mean I don't mind naming the names because I think it was I think his name's Israel was there. And I don't remember who hosted it, but there were excellent pieces of advice given that kind of all they sort of synthesized to suggest that so many of the things we do from like for me a good piece of advice is to get regular sleep cycles, try to get enough sleep. If you don't have to do this for work, just look at the word circadian. It means about a day. So this is what we do. We try to get a regular sleep cycle and don't mess it up if you don't have to. Watch your diet, do get exercise. If you're tired and you can afford to during the day, take what a friend of mine used to call a power nap, 20 minutes. And some of this is intuitive, but what we forget sometimes is that you have to unwind. You have to be willing to unplug. You go for a walk in nature. Maybe also the better habit would be to, if you have an alarm clock that is like mine, I got two or three in there, or I'll never hear them. When I'm really smart, I don't take the cell phone to bed with me, and if I have it anywhere near or I'll just turn it all the way off because we know that there's always something going on there, and I wouldn't trust that cell phone near my head anyway if I don't have to have it. I'd rather not have it in my hand, to be honest. But then it kind of continues, and I would have just said that as far as frequency, as long as we're speaking of the physical body, there are ways probably to measure it. If you went to someone that gets into, they work with your chakras, or you go to someone that does energetic healing, there are ways that a person can give you all kinds of probably attunements, or they could help you to find energetic blockages. There's ancient science. I was getting ready to say Tai Chi, but what I meant to say was acupuncture does work with that. But let's just take it to the next three or four levels. You've got your emotional energies or the astral body, and you can be low vibe, which is kind of where someone came off in that space. I think it was actually Emily who was saying that she was saying, well, some people call it good, bad. She just calls it low energy, high energy. And when people have a lot of aggression, or when we're I appreciate what you said, Kyle, because when we're busy judging others or determining, well, that wasn't appropriate. Maybe it wasn't, but we don't have to be the one to, we can give them a gentle nudge, and that's what I appreciate especially about you, Emily, is that you're able to do that. So the other Emily was saying, that's just how she sees it. And she named some other things that some people will jump in there and say, well, I'll eat venison any day, but I've been a vegetarian for 30 some years. And, unless I had to, I wouldn't do it. So she came real hard down and said, well, she said meat is denser vibration. But remember, a lot of the Tibetan monks, they eat meat. Why? Because that's what they have available. So let's
I
not
don't
try to
think
say,
they understand science.
well,
Do you know the definition of frequency, Andrew?
Yeah, but remember that without going strictly woo on you, I would say that high frequency thought are thoughts that are more inclusive and are able to reach a broader audience, whereas a very low frequency thought is, I got to go take a piss, I'll be right back. It's not to say that there's anything wrong with that. It's just that's a very personal, down to earth, concrete thought, which is low frequency. Whereas if I say, did you know that in fact there is a world teacher, and probably we're all the students of that teacher, even the angels? Now
Yeah,
that's a
but what
higher
is frequency? Scientists came up with the term frequency, but what is that?
I did want to give, I don't know who this person is. I don't know how to pronounce their name. They had their hand up. Samaku.
Yeah, Samakula. I'm so happy to get this chance to talk with you guys. Yeah, I just have my few questions. Do you believe in God? Do you believe in God? Do you believe that God he really works?
100%. God is definitely real.
Wow, that's great.
I believe in the God of Abraham and his son.
And do you believe in good people?
Of course, I am one.
Wow, that's great. I'm really happy to hear that. And do you believe in help? Do you believe in help someone?
What do you say? Hell?
Help, like how you
Oh,
can help
helping.
someone. Yeah,
Yeah,
helping.
if I have the means to help them, for sure.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Like because most of the people they do not want, like they don't believe that God really works, and they don't want to help people because they just say, "Well, guys, just want money," like something like that. But if someone is in need, I think he must be helped. That's what I think, guys. Not so.
Yeah, I don't really think money helps people, though. I don't think money is the answer for actually helping people that need help. I think they need support in so many other ways that you can't throw money at problems and expect them to go away. You know what I'm saying? Like legitimate support is what's needed.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Like as you know, like I'm Semakula Shafik from Uganda, Africa. Yeah, and I have like I keep 40 children homeless because they are an orphanage. I have them in the home, but I do this work for God, and may believe that God is the one who called me to do this thing. I really believe that, but most of the people they don't believe in me. I don't know why, but me, I know one day it's gonna be like most of the people they
Ash,
will be.
you have to believe in yourself. You have to find yourself. It's not what people believe in you, it's what you believe in yourself. And if you look at yourself bad, then you are bad. But you cannot do anything negative to anybody around you. You have to go through life without interfering with anybody's else's life. You have to live life the way you live it. That is what I think.
I had a question for you, Smaku. We're usually like UFO, UAP based. I don't know if you know what that means, but I was curious, have you ever had any like interaction or experiences with like creatures that you'd consider non-earthly?
Like no, I've never heard about that. Like may I just believe that God has created many things like those creatures. I think they are there. Yeah, I just believe that they are there because God many things has did, but maybe has not yet shown us as human beings. But may I believe they are there.
You've never seen like ghosts or spirits or anything like that?
Yeah, like oh, okay, like one day we were in church. We were in church, like this story. One day we were in church, but our pastor was praying for a woman. That woman, like, but that woman, he really came. She really came, like as you can know, like he came when it's not, it's okay when he's sitting in the chair, but when our pastor started to pray, the woman started to sit down, to fall, like something like, and our pastor said that let that ghost, like, let that spirit of death go away, and that woman like he fell down one time, and when that spirit went, and that day I realized that those things they be in people most of the time, and they're really there. And that woman was okay from that day until now.
So you
That
watched
la-
you watched a demon get its ass kicked, pretty much. That's awesome.
yeah, like I believe that, and I think that's the day God called me to start to do this thing. To start to do this thing because, and I sat it down and I asked God, how can I serve you in this earth? How can I serve you, God? Please show me. Maybe God called me so that I started to collect these kids from streets, from their parents when they are dead, something like that. Yeah, when they don't have anyone to take care of them, and I started to collect them. Now I have them in the home. But as you know, sisters and brothers, life is not easy. It has me one person. I can't take care of these kids. I can't manage anything because they need to go to school. They need to get good clothes. They need to be fed all the time. They need to get something to eat every day. Something like that.
Yeah,
Well,
do you have like
well,
an adoption program? Sorry, Jade, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, like these kids they really need many things, and I believe one day these kids they're gonna be something in future. I know they're gonna help everyone in this world because you never knew like you can be helping someone, but the next generation who'll be the one who helping your son, your granddaughter, something like that. May I just believe that, and something you do for this one here, he comes back. The good thing you do for someone, I believe in future it comes back. And the bad thing you do for someone, I believe in future it comes back because God is always see us and is always keep anything, something like that. And I believe the thing you're gonna do, you'll be paid as you did it. Yeah, I believe that.
Jade, go ahead. Sorry I cut you off there, buddy.
My cat, my kitty cat rose my hand for me. I apologize. Wasn't me. Maybe we could.
That's funny.
Maybe we could move on to a new speaker. I would hope, though, since I'm here. Please, could
Oh,
we go back to
oh.
the subject at hand?
What are we talking about? I was just
Well,
I'm curious
let
though.
me
No, I'm
let.
curious. I'm curious though because I really wanted to get into adoption, man. I don't want to have any more kids, and he helps kids, and so like if I could get in touch with somebody that uh could like get some kids out of a bad situation, I'd be down for that. I don't got no
Yeah,
money to give you. I'm not really one that can donate at the moment, but when I'm able to, I'd love to like actually take on some kids and get them in a better situation for sure.
wow, sister, it really sounds good. It really
So,
sounds good
are
because
you talking about baby goats, kids?
No, we're
Uh,
talking about actual kids, Jade. Kids in Uganda where their
actual
parents have passed away. Yeah, kids with
because
parents.
Actual
really
baby
these kids
goats.
they really need help because
Oh,
most of the time, like to get many things, you get many challenges, something like that. We get many challenges because most of the time the kids get sick when I don't have anything and I don't have any money to take them to the hospital. I really
Yeah,
face
how's
that
COVID
thing.
been? How's COVID been there?
COVID. Yeah, so far COVID is not so much here. It's not so much like
I've heard that. I've heard that there's lots of places where COVID hasn't really been a thing. But I mean, you got your own host of problems, let alone COVID. Like, I'm sure the last thing you're thinking about is that. Like, yeah. Well, I'm sorry that you're in this situation, but thank you for joining our conversation and thank you for doing
yeah,
what you
yeah, I
do, serving the community,
yeah.
helping those people for sure. I think Kyle wanted to add something for sure.
Okay.
All right. This is what I want to add. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay. Cool.
Crystal.
Well, what I want to say is there is a lot of stuff going on in the world. All right. And what I picked up on a month ago about a big storm hitting Florida, I told my sister because she has a place in Florida and in Tennessee. I was like, I told her 2 weeks ago, get out of Florida, get out of Florida, da da da. And so she went to Tennessee, and now there is a tropical storm hitting, and it's Ian. And I even said like a week ago, I don't know, the calm before the storm. And I think this is going to be my place where I put my foot down and I and I start fucking believing in myself and not in myself, and it's what I am saying. And I do owe an apology to Chupacabra, but in the same sense, he was, when he was talking to this lady, they were saying, "Don't believe experiencers. They need proof. Don't believe it." And that fucking pissed me right off. And so I lit into him. Yeah, I
Well,
attacked him, but
Kyle, we're
I didn't call him names. But no, but listen, I didn't call him names. I didn't, I yeah, I jumped on his shit because, dude, there is I don't know if he's a lieutenant or whatever on a military base, and the UFO came over and shut down nuclear warheads. He doesn't have proof. He's an experiencer. He comes out and tells people, "Hey, yeah, a UFO shut down our nuclear warheads." And fucking not Chupacabra. It was some lady he was talking to. Said, "Don't believe the experiencers," and that fucking pissed me so fucking off, dude. And I jumped his shit. I'm sorry. I apologize, but do you know what? He is a light in a
Tupac didn't do
fucking
that,
dark
though.
place, and they will fucking shine the light. Well, okay. If you want to interrupt me, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm not trying to interrupt you at all, Kyle. I'm just saying that was me. I remember having that conversation with you. It was about a month and a half ago. And actually, I agree with almost every point that you've made on that subject. But yeah, Chupacabra has a way of kind of dividing people like mid sentence, but it's all good.
I'm not going to talk about him. Do you know what? Do I do it? I don't want to even hear you talk about him.
Okay, I'm muting everyone because I don't feel comfortable talking about people if they're not in the space, and especially because I like him. So I understand y'all got problems, but there's a whole bunch of other people in here, and I wouldn't let anybody talk shit about you guys either, to be honest. So I'm not saying you're talking shit. Y'all had your experiences. I'm just saying I give everyone the same level of respect, and so can we not like say mean things? Maybe we'll just say a person. If you want to talk about someone, say a person, because what you say affects how people see each other, and I wouldn't want anyone seeing you guys in a negative light because of an interaction. So I'm just gonna say that. Sorry for muting. I'm not trying to power trip.
Just to finish, when I talked to Sam like probably 4 or 5 hours later, Chupacabra, I told him what I said, and he laughed his ass off. He's like, "That's so true," because nobody knows. Like we all study all these pieces of evidence, but nobody knows really what's going on, and we're just gesticulating. So yeah, that I get the interruption there, Emily. That's good, but there was no real need for that. Nobody's talking shit about anybody, but I'm giving love to Sam even though he's not here.
I'm all about that. We can give love. I just, yeah, I don't want anybody to feel negative. I'm not big on the negative. I shut that shit down. And if you weren't being negative, I apologize. Andrew and then Kyle.
Yeah, I'm with people that I think the best thing we can do sometimes is to be people of goodwill, and that means we do it in our spaces, small and large. And if we're
Free that
people
love.
So if we're people of goodwill, and that means that sometimes it's easier to love than others. Sometimes, you have a universal love. Sometimes you have a more personal love. But if we're coming at that from the place of goodwill, then that's going to continue to like a touchstone in our personal lives. It makes our lives better. And then even if your life is very small and there's cats or there's dogs or there's reptiles or there's fish or there's frogs or whatever, chances are maybe it's just trees, depends on where you are, but you're going to have an ability to take that, kind of like we were saying earlier, Kyle, you're pointing this out. We're going to take that everywhere we go. And then the way I see it is that if you do choose to, I mean, I just have to say that it's like we so much sometimes want to heal our own wounds, and we know that our voice can wound, that our words can wound, and better that in some cases than fists or worse. But I also say that sometimes you can heal in your immediate environment, and if some of the healing may be within our own aura and within our own, let's just say, in my recent interactions with people, it involves those energetic reactions or interactions. Because if you're even on a Twitter space, that's going to happen. I might even be a listener and not be thinking I'm doing anything. But if someone says something and it crosses me, and then I get into a negative self-talk, or I start thinking a bunch of, it's like, I can't stand that. And pretty soon I might even leave the space. And then if I'm still thinking about it 10 or 15 minutes later, we tend to think that that's just me. And it's too bad that I got off to a bad start. But what I've learned over time is that's actually energy that may continue, believe it or not, to interact with, believe it or not, that person or even that whole space. So what does that say to me? What am I getting at? What I'm saying is I agree with you, Emily. I know what we're trying to do, But I also think that sometimes if you have I hate that word because I'm a vegetarian, I'm just laughing. But if you have a beef with someone, maybe the way that you can resolve it is to go ahead and do that with that person. And my recommendation, a hearty recommendation, is if it is an individual sort of situation, even if it happened in a larger room, do it with that person behind channels. Do it over direct message, or if you get a chance and you know you can't, because some people don't accept that, don't do direct messages. And if there were other people there, I am with you in a polite, calm way. You can do it when the room is not busy, kind of like now, but you could also, it's just very vital. That person really needs to be there. And then you could preferably do it when there's not 50 people or 40 people or 20 people. If there's two of you that say, hey, can I talk to you for a minute? Make the space, jump in that space with them. And better that you do it one-on-one, whatever it takes. And if you can't do it, I posted on this 12 hours ago. Do it in prayer. Do it in silence. Do it in your own mind. And that way you know that even if that person won't accept the apology, even if there's still some tension, might go on 2 days, a week, a lifetime, the bottom line is you have already done your part of the work. And it doesn't mean that it's all on them. It just means now the space is cleared and you can approach them and they can approach you. And that's been my experience. So that way, I agree that we really can't do the work entirely. And if the person's floating around in the astral plane, that's great, but that's not how we might have generated the energy. So we have to meet that person where the person is, and vice versa. If we create the invitation, don't think that they're not going to come to us and feel like you have to go solve the world's problems or even that person's problems, especially if they're the ones who at least helped to generate them. And thank you for letting me
Yeah.
say so. You see what
Of
I'm saying?
course. Yeah, no, of course. And I always say take it to the DMs. It's better to take it in writing because when you write things, you think about what you're saying. Maybe before you say it, it's less likely to get heated. I always take it to the DMs. But we had Kyle and then Carl wanted to jump in, and then we'll get back over to our new buddy, Samaku. I hope I'm saying that right. But yeah, go ahead, Kyle.
God damn, Andrew, you had to break it down to every little fucking tiny bit and you just rolled it out. No, I attacked Chupacabra and I will apologize to him the same way I attacked him. I attacked him in front of a lot of people, but yes, drinking, I get emotional. About the UFO topic, I get really emotional because I've experienced it. I'm an experiencer. And when I hear him talking about don't listen to experiencers, don't do this, and
Okay, see, this is what
well,
I
I'm
mean.
just,
This
I'm
is
just
what
saying,
I
I
mean.
will
This is
apologize.
what I mean.
Wait. I will apologize to him the same way right now. So if he popped in right now, I'll be like, dude, I'm sorry, and we can hash things out. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to talk to him like bad about him. I'm not talking bad about him right now. I'm just saying, dude, hey, I said I attacked you. I apologize, but this is the way I see things. You know what I mean? It's not going behind his back. I'm telling you guys right now. I will say the same thing right now in front of him, and I am going to front it for him. I apologize. I will apologize to him because I attacked him. I recognize that. And I recognize that we are all in this together as a family trying to figure shit out. But some people know what is going on and some people don't. Like I have had experiences, he hasn't. So it's just a collide of heads, and I recognize that. And Chupacabra, dude, he's cool. He's a smooth speaker. I like him. I love listening to him. And, I feel bad about attacking him. But, dude, I don't, when you tell people not to listen to experiencers, that what pissed me off. And we'll hash that out. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I do appreciate you, Kyle. Like, I feel like, I don't know, I got a room full of a bunch of badass men that are like willing to say sorry. I don't know, man. Maybe it's the men that I meet are just not very good. But Carl, you did have a thought. Did you change your mind or?
I sort of did. Make sure we look after tree frogs. That's all I want to say.
Ribbit, ribbit. Yeah, they're definitely important. I want a fucking frog. Apparently, the poison dart frogs, they're only poisonous because of the bugs they eat. If you get a pet one, they won't actually be poisonous. I don't know if that's true or not, but not that I was trying to look for, poisonous frogs for any particular reason. Anyways, Go ahead, Samaku. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, sister, it's Semakula. Yeah, it's Semakula. Okay, thank you for this opportunity. Like, just wanted to share with you, like, the miracle what God did for me and the kids. Yeah, one day we spent 3 days without getting anything to eat, and we were there, like, we were on like the internet asking for people for some help. But there came a certain man. I don't know where he came from, like, but that man, he came and said, but Semakula, you know what? For sure, I don't have money to help you, but I just have this small thing. I can share it for you. You gotta know, brother, anything you do for the kids, it will really make something in their life. That man didn't have much money, but he donated for us something, what he had. But that thing, it was, oh, I don't know, like the kids, they were really so happy. They were really so happy, and they prayed a lot, and they sing for that man, and like they asked God to keep bless the work of his hands, because that man, he really did a surprise for the kids. You know how, like, as you know, you can spend 3 days without eating anything, but if someone gives their blood, how do you feel in your heart? Even some of the kids, they feel like crying of happiness, something like that. Even me, the tears, they start to come out of my eyes, because I was really happy. I was really happy, something like that. And that day, I started, like, I know that God is really work. The more you pray, the more God answers you. The more you do good things, the more God do good things to you. Something like that. And, like, brothers and sisters, what I can tell you, just keep helping, keep doing good things, because they will come back in your life one day, one time. Just believe that they will come back. You'll be paid
Yeah.
of those things.
Where are you in Uganda? Like, what type of services do you have available to you right now?
Like, I live in Uganda in Wakiso. Yeah, Wakiso district.
Cool. And like, I don't know, like what type of stuff does your government have anything? Like I know where I live super different from you, but like is there like services or like programs or organizations or that type of thing?
What I can tell you, sister, like, yeah, there's some services, like, okay, like, let me tell this, because you don't get more. Dig, we can really, like, you can dig. Sometimes you can go to church and you get some donation, something like that. That's the service you can get in our environment.
Sorry, you did cut out there a little bit. Can you just repeat that last part again? I heard that there was some services you could give and then something about the environment, but then you cut out. And then we'll get to Kyle because Kyle's hands up. But please, yeah, let me know like if there like an organization or something.
Yeah, like, because, like, the services we can get in our environment, like, we can dig, we can go to church, and we get some donation. Yeah, like, that's the little service we can get in our environment, because this organization is truly, it's really, like, let me see, maybe God is with it. That's what I can tell you, because we keep praying. The thing we can't forget in our life is to pray. That's the thing we can't get in our life, because I've prayed a lot and God has answered a lot of prayers, something like that. Yeah, that's what we can't forget in our life. In everything we do, we pray. And sisters and brothers, you can check on my account. There, I've posted many things there. What can prove people that these kids really need you? They really need your support, your love. they're really.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Kyle, what are you saying?
All right, here we go. I'm gonna bust it out right now. Lucy York, super big hugs. She's probably sleeping. She just leaves these spaces open. But big hugs to you. I really like you. Your personality is awesome. I'm not sure who the other speakers are. Carl, Matt. I know Matt. I've seen Matt around. And I know Andrew, he's kind of like Pontificate. He analyzes things and he goes in depth in things. And three, you're the meditation guru. And I don't know, Kai, I would say she listens to all my drunk rants, like talking about love, which would bore anybody. I would like to say, dude, I like these spaces. I love these spaces. Logan, dude, you've done your work. You always get on here. You try to get people to talk about their stuff. Jade, you bring your experiences. You have a good opinion, and I respect everything about you. And Ocean, thank you for hosting this. I'm gonna bail out, and you guys are good people, and I love talking. Or well, actually, I love listening to you guys more than I even talk. So thank you so much, and uh, I hope to hear from all of you in the future. Thank you.
You too, Kyle. Thanks for being here, as always. Love you, brother.
All you, Kyle. I love you, Kyle.
Stay drunk. Never come down.
I think I could tell he was getting a little bit more tipsy and a little bit more tipsy and a little bit more
Oh, there's
tipsy
Chango.
as the night went.
Chango can get Elmo in here.
He's okay though. It's totally okay, Emily. It's all good. Trust me.
Oh, I love it.
Chango,
Hey,
get
I'm one
Elmo.
that gets stoned in
Bring Elmo in
phases,
here,
so
Chango.
yeah, we're gonna manifest the power of Elmo.
Chango knows him. You can get him in here.
Why the fuck isn't there a Cookie Monster?
But yeah, Logan, bring it on, dude.
Well, tell Chango. Tell Chango.
He's busy stealing the cookies from the aliens.
Maybe he is the alien.
That was so cheesy.
Cheese.
He's having it out with Mick West. That's what it is. Mick West's group stolen all the Muppets. He's going to run around Africa pretending to be aliens in a big silver bus.
Like sisters and brothers, like I'm sorry to interpret the like. What I wanted to tell you is like right now, the me and the kids, we're out of food. We're out of food. But anyone there, if you can do something for us, we can really appreciate a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
We do it for Wakanda.
Oh my gosh, Logan, you and me both tried to change the space at the same time for the name. That's ridiculous. I think we did, or just I did it twice. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Look, Grover's heading up the new NIM aviation logo. So I feel you need to give some more respect to Grover because he knows all about near and far. If you don't know about near and far, I suggest you go to YouTube, look up near and far, and find out all about near and far.
I don't know. Now that I'm an adult, I really resonate with Oscar the Grouch. It's like, leave me alone, my filth. I'm happy. Not that it's actual filth, but you know, the whole metaphor for it. It's like, I'm over here. I'm green.
So leave me alone.
Here's an interesting fact that I didn't realize when I was researching Grover. Grover spent some time in Oscar the Grouch's bin.
Yep. He was not happy about it either.
Yeah, he was. I think he was trying to work out which circle was the biggest. There were three big circles and one smaller circle, and Grover was having problems figuring out which one wasn't like the others.
Well, we already have Son of the Count up in here, so. Are we all just
I
gonna
think
like
that.
sit around?
Sorry. I was good. Sorry, I don't want to talk over you, but I'm going to. Elmo is the person for the counting. Although, the account obviously is good at counting, but Elmo is who you need to really watch. Well, you need to watch both of them, but don't forget Elmo in the
Did you just say, hey,
counting
we're all
thing.
going to sit around?
Why do you gotta watch out for Elmo and his counting?
No, I'm just saying, no, just to include Elmo in the counting. It's not all about the count.
Yeah, all I was saying, Matt, is like, are we all just gonna sit here and wait for Elmo now? Because the room got real quiet after. But
Elmo is coming to play.
what I really like about Winnie the Pooh is the whole like how Eeyore is just like fucking depressed, and then like Rabbit has anxiety, or was it Rabbit or Piglet? Or, I don't know. I don't remember
Piglet.
which. Now. Piglet has anxiety, but like they have different. I don't want to say mental health problems, but they each show like they have a different part of their attitude that isn't like typical, I guess, and they're all
Yeah.
just one big group of weird ass creatures. I love it.
They prefer mentally handicapped.
Mentally handicapable, not handicapped.
Yes,
Handicapable.
my mistake. Where are you, Elmo? Usually he comes here pretty fast. Elmo, we're talking about, drugs, Elmo, your favorite subject. Where are you?
I feel like we kind of, I don't know, me and Elmo had a pretty intense conversation. He's like, I pretend to be Elmo. And I'm like, you're not pretending. Maybe you're just pretending to be someone else, but you're really Elmo. He's like, mind
Yeah,
blown.
that was a deep one.
I might have been a little bit impaired for that.
Oh, yeah. Did you do all the mushies?
Not all of them. I'm super tempted to like do a little microdose because I don't got a lot going on tomorrow, but it's also late. But then I also sleep better when I'm microdose. I don't know.
Yeah, what are orgasms like on mushies?
I can't take sex seriously on mushrooms, man. I'm like, don't fucking touch me. I start laughing. I don't know. It's not. I can't be sexy on mushrooms. It's like your face looks like sponge. Like, come on.
Yeah.
It's actually a thing though. People that use like hard drugs and then have sex, your brain starts doing this thing where you can't have a good time unless you're impaired, and then every time you get impaired, you want to bang. It's like it's really not healthy.
Oh, yeah, I get that.
Like a
I've
conditioned
been that way.
response.
Matt, you're like what's it like to do it on Ambien?
Oh, you don't remember? You totally like, I did? I don't even, you don't remember shit on Ambien, man. I hate Ambien. But I'm one of those circadian rhythm people that are all jacked up. So,
What do they call it on Arrested Development? Forget me nots. Those pills they would take. You remember that?
dude, it's all I can say is that the Ambien walrus is real. Like, you can Google Ambien walrus, and dude, that's a whole thing, but it's real.
I'm not sure what that is. Is that like some kind of sex toy or something?
No, Google Ambien walrus. I mean, it's a thing. It's gonna go to images. You'll see a bunch of memes about the Ambien walrus.
Oh, BRB.
Did you see this walrus before you did ambient though? Like, or was it like a totally unknown thing and then you did it and then you saw it and then you Googled it? Or was it like you had some premeditated idea?
No, it's just that you wake up the next day and you look at your freaking phone and you look at your text and you're like, what the fuck, man? Like,
See, I don't
what
like
was I
that.
even thinking? It's like a cat got on my keyboard or something sometimes.
See, I don't like that. Like, I never forget when I'm impaired. Like, if like I've maybe like blacked out or whatever, like twice in my life where I wake up and it was just alcohol and weed. But when I woke up and I'm like, I don't remember going to bed. I really don't like that. Like, it's only twice in my life. Once I was super young. It's like one of the first times I drank. And again, when I was older. But it's like I remember everything. And well, most things. I don't have blackout times, you know what I mean? I can't like recall exact things, but I don't black out.
Well, when you can't, like, when you're flip flop your days and nights, like, you have to work days and then the next night you're working nights for a set, and then you're flipping back to days. I mean, sleep deprivation in itself. Just watch Fight Club. I mean, when you don't sleep, it sucks so bad. So if Ambien helps me to get some rest that I can perform at work, um, that hey, I mean, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Shift work disorder is a bitch.
I live in like shift work central up here. It's like they do 3 days, 3 nights, 6 off. So you literally have a turnover day where you go from working days, you stay up all night, and then the next day you go on nights. And it's like super unhealthy. I don't know why the fuck they don't just do 6 on, 6 off, like 6 days, 6 off, 6 nights, 6 off.
Because the reason they do it, like I work 4 nights, off 3, 3 days, off 1, 3 nights, off 3, on for 4 days, and then off 7. But then you got all the overtime, and the companies can get away having only 4 shifts instead of 5 shifts, so they don't have to have as many people.
Yeah, my favorite shift ever was 7 and 7. I do 7 days, 7 off. And then like they try to make me do nights and I'm like, I ain't fucking doing nights. I do not do well with night shift. I can't sleep like I don't know. It sucks. But my favorite was 7 and 7. Like I only worked half the year. If I wanted to take 1 week off, like you get 2 weeks off, right? So if I took 1 week off, that's 2 3 week holidays a year. Um, and I made like okay money doing it. Like I don't know. I'd go back, but it's site work, and I don't want to fucking be on site. That shit's like so stressful. The safety level's so high, and they're 12s, which is fine, but like the site's like probably about half an hour from my house, 25 minutes, and it's just
What
too
kind of
much.
site?
Oil sand site. It's just too much.
Yeah, but whenever you're in manufacturing, like I work in a plant, like a chemical plant, and the money's really, really good. That's why a lot of people don't give it up because the pay is top notch, but it wrecks your life practically.
Yeah, I don't want to like go ahead and say what I made, but like, let's see. I made probably almost $10 more an hour working uh, out at the oil sand site, and then it's also like like union, so it's benefits, phone calls. Yeah, it's like benefits, and then like you get a premium for being on site. You get a premium for nights. There's like fucking there's like a place like a kitchen you can go in and like get like there's a huge $7,000 they spent on a Keurig machine out there that makes like French vanilla coffees and. But I mean, like, it's just way too fucking much, man. Like, you give up your whole life, and I was like, you know what, I can still live and do like my profession in town. So like that's what I'm gonna do. Honestly, like I don't know who here like I don't know. I got my license, and I just want to say that's one of the easiest fucking ways to make money is just get a license, like a commercial license. Because once you get that, like class 3 or whatever the fuck you guys have, uh, you make so much money doing that, and that's just like dump trucks and like fucking snow plows. Like there's so much work once you get that, and it's cheap. It's not like college or university, so
Yeah, like with my job or at my plant, if you have a 2-year degree, you're guaranteed to make over 6 figures.
you do power
And a
engineering,
lot of
I'm
people,
guessing.
no, I do. I work in a lab. I'm a lab analyst. So I analyze the polyethylene, the PAO, NAO, different refinery stuff for petrochemicals.
Yeah, we definitely had plants like it's a base plant, right? So they had plants and they'd have the people in the lab coats be like checking samples and shit. Forgetting the name of the chemical. It's not napalm, but it's similar. It's like starts with an N. It's like a super flammable gas.
Naphthalene?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Like
Naphtha gas.
naphtha. Yeah, we had a leak of that and it like caught on fire. So it's like it's very dangerous, man. Like it's super
Yeah, that
dangerous.
usually has some benzene in naphtha.
Well, it's scary because then it's like that's happening next to a plant and next to like a bunch of tanks filled with fucking petroleum and different levels of um, being refined. It's very scary. People die all the time. Like this one guy took a piece of equipment out onto a pond, like a tailings pond, and he fell through. Like it's very almost every year somebody passes away. It's like I'm gonna work in town. Oh, Uganda is back in the house. Lacey, are you falling asleep right now? What about you, Logan? Are you and Lacey falling asleep over here?
No, I'm up. Just waiting for a pontificator to pontificate all over me.
What does that mean? Like pontificate, pontificator, pontification.
To cast his royal judgment upon us. Of a churchly nature.
Say again. What about nature?
To cast his religious, judgments upon us is to pontificate from the rooftops.
Well, whoever is judging me, that's a reflection of how they see me. That's not a reflection of me myself. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I have to remind pontificator of that.
I did message him. He said he was reading, so I'm sure he's like learning some more stuff. He's gonna pontificate later. Oh, here he is.
I thought if we talked some trash, you would get him in here. What's up, pontificator?
Still alive. But yeah, Pontificator, yeah, it was a fun one. So all the way back in about '08, I heard The Visit, and then I was thinking, okay, so I'm going to start chatting on this board, which was at the time the Open Minds Forum. And I was thinking, what alias am I going to use? And I thought, maybe something it's like a pontiff speaking from the angle of a semi-religious individual, semi-anonymous. And so I thought maybe pontificator would do, and I used that as the alias, not thinking, of course, that maybe I should look it up in the dictionary. So it effectively means the equivalent of an arrogant armchair speaker.
I like brothers, like and sisters. Like I have something to ask you. Like some of you, do you have some kids? Do you have some kids?
Well, I'd like some, but I don't have any.
You don't have any. Yeah, but like I think it's good to have kids, guys, because most of the time, if you have someone who you live with, it truly gives power and it truly gives happiness. Because the more I see these kids happy, these kids praying alone, I feel like yeah, I'm really happy. Yeah, and that thing what can make these kids to pray alone, to be good, to be happy all the time. Because I have shared some of my videos with my brothers here. I know you are gonna see them those videos when the kids they are praying alone, and it really gives happiness. After those kids eating, getting something to eat, drinking, and again those kids they get a smile on their face, and it really gives me hope. Something like that. And every day, every time that those kids get something to eat, they first pray to that person who have made them happy, something like that. They first pray that person who have made them to get something to eat. And I believe that God always hears the little children's prayers. Always hear the little children, something like that. And I know some of you believe that, not so? Yeah, I know some of you believe that. And those kids, when they are really happy, when they put their smile up, how do you feel as you if you can see it? Okay, if you can imagine it, like you can take some picture of that. Tell me, guys, tell me. Hello, anyone there? Hello.
Well, I'm around, but I'm still thinking on that one. I don't really
Oh,
have a good answer.
okay. But like me, I think it's really better and it's really great if those kids they are smiling. And I know one day, one time, guys, I just pray that you be in touch with me, because me, I want to be in touch with you so that we can make this thing together. I know as me, I can't make it until its end. I know, like I can't afford anything for these kids, but I think when I'm with you guys, we can really do this thing and we can really make it. It can reach on our destiny in Jesus' name. I really believe that. Yeah, guys, I really believe that. And I request you, anyone there who want to join me, you are free to inbox me. I'm a free man. I'm a humble man. And these kids, and I want to tell these kids about you guys. I want to tell them about you because you are really good guys. Yeah, like you have the one who have given me this time to speak with you. You are really good guys. And I really appreciate and just praise God and I say glory be to the Lord because He's the one who really do this. Something like that. He's the one who really do this. And I just give glory to Him. And guys, I'm really happy. I'm really happy today. Yeah, I'm really happy to talk with you here because most of the species they don't give me this opportunity to talk with them, something like that. And I just pray that you believe in me, trust me, everything is gonna be good for the kids. I believe that everything is gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be alright, something like that. Everything's gonna be better. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the time. And the last thing I want to tell you that anyone there, cause right now we're out of food. Yeah, we're out of food. Anyone there, if you can do anything, even if it's small, we really appreciate anything. It can add something in the kid's life. It can really add something. Just believe that. Just believe it. It can really add something. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really happy. Thank you. Thank you for the time. And I will be thankful for those who help the children. Yes, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Anytime, buddy. Glad to hear from you. Thank you for sending me those pictures. Those children look pretty happy. Good to hear from you. Glad there's a
Okay.
platform here for you to, you know, pontificate or whatever. Speaking of, anyone have questions for a pontificator?
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick to my Uganda buddy, we're hearing you. If you have any like organizations, feel free to post it in the corridor. That way you don't got to keep saying it. We can physically see it, and then anyone that's new to the room can definitely see it. So I don't know if you see the little blue thing in the corner. If you got like a link to like an organization that we could look at, I think some people here might be interested. And I love to share your journey and what you're doing to help kids. I love that. But uh, yeah, sorry about that, guys. My phone died. I was looking around for something that I got a little bit of left of, so that's what I was doing. But how's Ponty doing?
How are you, Ponty?
I'm fine at the moment. Just been catching up on stuff, reading. There were some things I needed to get done today as well. I mean, it's all very well entering into spaces all the time, but the problem is that it does sap away all the hours that I need to get other things done, as you
Oh
can
yeah.
imagine.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I hear that.
I can relate.
I'm often like doing things around the house and just have the space going in the background, and then I'm driving and I got the space going in the car, and then I'm like, I got a vacuum, so I won't be talking very much. But yeah, I kind of just, it's like a podcast that's always going. I love it so much. But what are you reading about? I'm interested.
Nothing particularly important. I just have a habit of reading very long comic book series.
Oh.
What is it? DC and Marvel, right? Those are like the two flavors of comic.
Actually, strangely enough, I've gotten into reading an awful lot of Korean-based material. At the moment, I'm going through a series called Standard of Reincarnation.
So do you think reincarnation is a thing? Like I was previously in a different body here on Earth or somewhere else, like my spirit?
In terms of reincarnation, no. I'm not really a big proponent of it. At the end of the day, I could see how it could be done. I mean, at a metaphysical level, but it's not something that I ascribe to be honest with you. Based on bits and pieces that go in the background, as far as I can tell, eventually it's a case of you basically at the end, go to sleep and then wake up at a much later time, whereupon you have to deal with whatever matter you confront.
Why do you think these people have memories of being somebody else that, in a previous life?
Possibly epigenetic memories. On top of that, you also have the other factor that influence is passed from person to person effectively and inherited. Which that brings us to a different thing, which is an interesting factor which popped up. If the influence field of an individual merges partially with the influence field of another individual, that of course allows you to do telepathic communications, if you know how. But on top of that, the very mixing of the field itself does convey a certain amount of the personality of an individual, so you end up with like a semi-merging going on there. And in turn, you can expect in a family line, because you're talking about sort of two different influence fields mixing ultimately, you can expect a certain degree of that to go down a family line. So the entire idea of there being inherited memories is not without basis. On top of that, if you take it just purely physically, then epigenetic memory does go down family lines for a certain amount of time. I don't know if there's any actual limit to how long that can go on for. I suspect it would depend on how long the genetic material itself can spread down the family line. There's a decent amount of research into epigenetics and rats as well, with coat color and certain things like banded tails and so on, which are inherited, but they're not actually inherited via DNA. So again, lots of factors going on there. But in terms of the past life business, I don't ascribe to that either. I think that at the end of the day, it's unlikely, just based on things I've come across.
Yeah, I kind of want to agree with you there, where I'm not sure about uh like reincarnation, but I do think that there might be something there with like DNA. Like, how cool would it be if we could find a way to like tap into that DNA and be like, oh, now I know everything my ancestors knew. Or like, I don't know if you've seen The 100, but they have chips that they put in their head, and when they do that, they actually can meet and convene with like everyone else that had that chip. And then when that person passed away, the leader or whatever, they take that chip out and literally put it in the next person. I thought it was a really interesting idea to think that there would be some way to connect with like, maybe not that spirit, but just like those experiences maybe.
There's a particular book series, I don't know if I've got it on hand right now, but in it they had the idea of basically brain scans which could be sent like mail, and then it would eventually arrive at the other end. And you could talk with the scan, and it was basically exactly the same as the person because it was a complete copy of their consciousness. Then it would be sent back, and then it would merge with the original person that had sent it. So that way you would have sort of full communication on either end, just lacking the memories in between, as it were.
Yeah, that's freaking cool. I wish, man. Like, I don't know. Been doing genealogy, and I look at these people I'm apparently related to, and it's like, how cool would it be to just be able to talk to them, or even just like see their life, like see like, or even how they died. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. I'm just busy finding the book now. It's called Shattered Galaxy. It's a 3-part series. Just trying to find the author. Scott Bartlett, published in 2018.
You said Shattered Galaxies. Hey, that sounds cool.
Shattered Galaxy, yeah. It's based on the idea of human civilization that's fallen because they went down the pathway of basically uploading their consciousnesses into very large server systems all over the place, with the idea that they could go back and forth between that and their real bodies. But the problem was that they found that they effectively couldn't go back because their consciousness is expanded in the virtual world too much, so it couldn't go back down into the original biological body. And as a result, the galaxy is, in terms of the spread of human civilization, is gradually decaying, as is all the infrastructure. And there is a troubleshooter who's effectively a guardsman who heads out and puts down pirates and tries to protect server systems before everybody's killed, effectively.
Oh, that sounds so cool. I don't know, it really reminds me of like the 100 show I was watching, because yeah, they do this thing where they like upload to like pretty much like an online type thing, and then like they leave their bodies, so it's like they're dead, but they're not really dead. They're just in this like digital world. Um, it's super cool. I don't know. I'm always comparing like movies to like, what if that could be real, right?
I always feel with systems like that, where you effectively disconnect from one and go into a fantasy world which is partially real, and then come back, thus diminishing the real experience, is extremely dangerous overall, because it can only inevitably lead to one thing, which is everybody wanting to leave reality behind to live on in a fantasy world. But of course, the minute you do that, then who's going to maintain it? And gradually everything just falls over.
Well, and then people would want to experience reality. I feel like the moment that you're no longer in reality, you'd be like, I want to experience life again. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Carl.
Pontific just reminded me about last night. I was in a kind of dream state, but kind of awake. But I kind of must have been in a dream state. And I haven't had them for a while, but does anyone get kind of like literally better than photographic high resolution images? Because I'm kind of remote viewing, but kind of I'm not in a, I am awake, but I'm kind of not. So I was seeing these really, really clear images of faces coming into me and having a look at me, walking around. Oh, and one of them, they came in, dark hair, like sort of normal looking guy, walked around me, but then I kind of stopped him, and then he kind of turned and his face disappeared. But as I concentrate on the images, their faces kind of melt and kind of disappear. Yeah, sorry, you reminded me of what happened last night, Ponty. I and there was maybe about 4 or 5 of these kind of weird people coming in and having a look at me. And it did feel like I was getting checked out. But it was interesting you say about that. What I was going to say is that it got kind of triggered, and I thought, well, hang on a minute. Maybe that's them in the real world looking in on us in our AI metaverse where we are.
Depends on interpretation. How rapid are the images? Like 4 or 5 per second, or 4 or 5 per every few seconds?
Yeah. Oh, no, it was 4 or 5 altogether, and they probably come in maybe about 5 or 10 seconds. Have a look at me, like whirl around and just kind of did fade away, and then maybe a couple of minutes later, another image would come in. But they come in. They come in at kind of seems like at will. They come in. I'm not kind of searching for it. I literally have to open my mind and relax and wait for that image to pop in. But they're really good resolution, like really clear. Now, one thing I will say that when I dream and close my eyes, I can never imagine images that sharp, clear, or colorful or bright. They are like a super high def, clear image. It's really something that I've never been able to do. Literally all my life, I've never been able to kind of picture color images in my mind. But these come in really sharp. So it's kind of like something external coming in, like beaming in, you know?
Keep in mind, when you concentrate, you are introducing noise effectively because you're thinking about the target there. But of course, when you're relaxed and not concentrating on the target, then it's clear. So that, of course, does give a couple indicators. One is that an active mind state interferes with it. The second one is that a relaxed mind state allows whatever it is to occur. So if it's external, a relaxed mind state would work. If it was some sort of dreamscape, then you would possibly get that as well, but the clarity probably wouldn't be there. Have you ever run into ghosts?
I will say no, because I literally can't think of an instance where. But obviously, you know that I've seen a few aliens and spaceships, and probes. So yeah, and also here's it. Okay, so a couple of years ago, that you know about the story about the probe coming down after I astral projected into Skinwalker. So this probe comes, and so after that happened a couple of years ago, about maybe 6 months ago, I was looking up in the sky, and there's this tiny little red dot pretending to be a star, but it kind of moved across. But that was right above the house. So I'm thinking maybe just putting 2 and 2 together, maybe coming out with 5. They might, quite easily be above the house, beaming down. But there's a good point that when I'm really relaxed and I'm not thinking of anything or not concentrating on anything. I'm literally letting the image come to me. So it's very it's amazing when it happens. It's like really because I'm not thinking of anything. I'm really relaxed, and then the image comes in, and if I start to look at that face in detail, because I kind of pulled the person round in front of me and tried to study the face, and it's almost like a ghost. Not a ghost, not, oh, don't say ghost, but it's like like when you see a reflection and on water, and you kind of put your finger in, and that reflection kind of it's not there. Yeah, it was just, I try to concentrate on the detail, and the detail kind of like just melts away. There's just no real detail there. But I will say now I don't know whether this is probably my imagination, whether the face actually turned into like a non-face, just a round object with like big alien eyes, big black, like black, like not spheres, but the like alien-y kind of eyes either side. Now, whether or not that's because I've been talking a lot of alien stuff recently, but yeah, it was. I'd say yes, it's my imagination, but I just feel that there was just it does the way it snaps in. That bit is kind of weird how it kind of comes. I tell you what it's like. The 3D stereograms where you're staring at the stereogram, and then you relax your eyes, and all of a sudden it goes zoop, and it kind of, this 3D image comes out of nowhere and sits in front of you. Well, kind of like that, but obviously just like an image in your mind, but it kind of just literally arrives.
Yeah, I'm getting that. I'm going to go over a few things, not just for you, but for others. One thing to keep an eye out in lucid dreaming is always look for a mirror and then see if you can see yourself in it or any of the room reflected in it. It's usually a very good indicator if you're actually having a lucid dream or something else. Another factor to keep in mind is when third parties forcibly interact with you, especially in a dream state, is that you may feel a push of pressure before somebody pops in. So that's worthwhile keeping an eye out for. Another one that pops up very seldomly is you may feel something has arrived on a border. It's outside of your dream space. And if you approach the edge of your dream space, you may feel yourself pulled out of that dream space. Again, that's something to keep an eye on. If you're very sophisticated in terms of dream analysis, one of the things that you can do is to map out the space in which your dreams occur, because typically most dreams are formatted over the top of the same sort of zone. So although it may look different, it has much the same routes and much the same shape, and it's usually an area, and it usually has a border. So that's worth looking into. But because of that, you can usually start picking up on when third parties start turning up. And that's worthwhile to keep in mind. Ocean?
Yeah, Ponty, I had a question for you. So I was on a hallucinogenic, and I decided to go to sleep, and I was having like my generalized shocks that I get sometimes, but I was open to the idea of trying to like interact with something in my dream. And I got this feeling because like when I felt like as I was falling asleep, like I was having these shocks, and I had that like falling feeling, and I don't know, I just had a feeling. I'm like, I feel like something's trying to talk to me. And so I ended up getting like sleep paralysis. It happened to me like 2 or 3 times. I was able to pull myself out every single time, but what happened was it's like, hey, I'm gonna go to sleep, like I'm into like talking to something in my dream space if they want to, and I slipped into this sleep paralysis, and I had a very intense ringing in my ears. Not ringing, it was more of like just a hum that was like unbearable, like a speaker that is turned to max volume with no sound coming out of it. And it was kind of scary feeling. I didn't appreciate not being able to move or feeling like something like took control of me because I wasn't able to like do a whole lot. And I pull myself out of it, but like pretty much like I heard a voice, like it wasn't even a voice. I heard a thought. I had a thought that like wasn't one that I created. It was like a thought that came from outside of my own thinking. And then I couldn't move, and then it was this intense sound, and I felt very trapped. So I'm like, you know what? No, I pulled myself out. Like I think it was 2 or 3 times, and I was like, I'm just not. The first time I like willingly slipped into it, and then the second 2 times was not willingly, and that last time I was like, fuck this, like I'm not doing this anymore. I don't want to interact with anything. I'm just gonna go to sleep. But yeah, it was a super strange experience for me. I have experienced like sleep paralysis before, but I just feel like it was different. The fact that there was a very loud sound in my ears, the fact that like this thing was like I don't even remember exactly what it said, but it was just kind of like I remember thinking I didn't think that thought, and I was like, okay, I don't want to do this anymore. And I haven't had it since, but I was just curious as to like what you think that was. Was that me dreaming and being on a level, or like what do you think?
Okay, so of course you have your standard dreamscape and you have third-party things that can interact with it. But keep in mind there are a lot of things out there. So you know my angle. My angle is basically we're still dealing with like the remnants of the dead, um, from the Nephilim and the Ibrahim and the like. And of course the ultra-terrestrials, which you probably will never run into. I haven't. So with things like that, you then have to contend with the fact that, yeah, you got things out there that won't cause you trouble, and you have things that will. That entire business with tones and so on. Now, yes, you can have the standard biological one, which is just simply pressure in the ear itself. But in turn, that same pressure, which can produce tones as well, can be induced by the presence of a large amount of influence. Because the problem with influence movement in the body is it effectively causes blood pooling. So if you have an external source of influence that causes a large amount of pressure to build up in a certain point in your body, like your head, for example, then of course you'll end up with much the same effects. And of course, then you start hearing tones and things like that, and they can get pretty intense. But that's because the entity concerned that's causing the effect is nearby. And it can get extremely loud if you happen to run into something that's quite literally there and it wants you to wake up. This happened once to me. So, that being the case, if you have a disembodied entity, and its modus operandi is along the lines of it's there to take influence from you in order to sustain itself. But let's say it's also interested in interacting with you in your own dream space. It will effectively semi-merge and basically try to match up to you so that it can enter your dream space and therefore have some fun. So that fun may consist of practically anything. A lot of the time with the really bad stuff, it's usually fighting of all sorts of kinds. They seem to have a very keen interest on combat. And of course, yes, that can happen. But the thing is what you ran into there sounds like you ran into something that was sort of on the low end of the scale and basically not a very good entity to be associated with at all. And yeah, they do take advantage of people. It's no different than somebody drinking too much and falling over somewhere and then being taken advantage of by somebody. If you're left vulnerable, they will take advantage. It doesn't matter who you are. And at the end of the day, you sort of have to keep your wits about you with that sort of thing. So yeah, when you disengage there, that was the best thing to do, because otherwise they can just pop up, and then before you know it, you've got a pretty nasty nightmare going on, or worse. But if it's a physical entity, it turns out you'll find the modus operandi is a little bit different. They're usually about trying to keep you unconscious, and they most certainly don't want you to remember it, unless they happen to be the type of entity it's turned up specifically to ensure that, hey, you're awake, and B, you remember them. So that can be a thing. And of course, you can accidentally wake up as well. But when it comes down to it, yeah, running into so-called evil entities is a thing.
Yeah, it was very hard to pull myself out. Like I remember I like was like, okay, how am I gonna wake myself up here? How am I gonna like get out of this? I try to like move my hand. I start breathing really fast. trying to like, like wake myself up type of thing. And I did pull myself out of it, and then I kind of relaxed, and it was almost like I slipped right back into it unwillingly that time. And I pulled myself out again, and then it happened like a third time. And at that point, I was like, "Fuck this!" When I came out of it, and it took like all the effort. Like I was internally screaming. I was like, "No, I'm not going to do this." And then that last time when I did wake up, I was just like, or came to rather, I was just like, nope, like I'm not into this anymore. And like, I don't know, I feel like I got pretty good control over like my energies. Like if I don't want something in my space like that, I just don't accept it. I'm like, I don't want it fucking around me. So I don't know if it was like a weaker one or what went on, but like I haven't had problems since. But it was the fact that there was this huge humming, like it was, yeah, it was like overwhelming. And then a thought that wasn't mine. It was just quite the experience. But yeah, I haven't had problems since. So I guess I was worried, like, oh no, did I open a door? But it doesn't appear that I did. I haven't had any nightmares either. So I'm just curious about it, right? But hopefully, if it was something, it's gone now. I told it it's not welcome in my brain. So
Was there a sensation of enveloping at the time?
what, like getting stronger?
No, as though something was enveloping your mind.
Like taking over my mind?
Effectively covering it.
Kinda, I guess. Like kind of like when I slept in, because I say like sleep paralysis because I couldn't move. Like I was aware that like I was trying to be like this, and then I tried to move and I couldn't. So that's why I say sleep paralysis. But yeah, it felt kind of um like I was just like, I didn't think that thought, and just the sound, and just it wasn't a good energy. It wasn't like the happy energy that I was looking for. I was like, this ain't good vibes. So I was like, fuck this. But yeah, it definitely felt like the second and third time I was like, okay, like I'm not enjoying this. Like I don't want to be here type of thing. So definitely, like if I didn't enjoy it that first time, like I wouldn't go back and willingly go back into that space, right? So it definitely felt like it was like come back or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, definitely. One thing to keep an eye out for with some entity types, depending on the modus operandi as well, is that you will get very strange feedback when you experience it. It's one of those you don't know what it is until it happens. So here's a description. Sometimes you can run into an entity that's going to try and directly enter into your container, that is your metaphysical body. And to do so, it effectively pushes itself in. And as a result, you can feel as though your consciousness is being pushed aside physically within your head. And it's a very strange sensation, but typically that's what's happening when something is trying to take residence. So it can be pretty bad. Keep an eye out, though, for where it tries it from. Usually, it will be the right side of the head. Now, one of the reasons for that is that there are a lot of influence structures around the body and a lot of so-called interconnect points. And it just so happens that on that particular side at around temple height, there's actually an input point. And that's more for influence input. You've got an output one on the other side of the head. So they seem to associate somewhat like a magnetic field in that respect. We have a positive and negative pole on them. But the thing is that there are certain ones in certain positions that seem to be used for different things. So I would say rod set 2 for the ones on either side of the head. But if I was looking into something that was attempting to do visual information gathering, then I'd look at rod set 3, which is the one which is effectively positive node, where the so-called third eye is. But also the negative node of that is exactly on the rear of the head. And if something's trying to interact at that level, it will go to the rear. So virtually everything that interacts directly in terms of taking over control or trying to get direct access is going to go for a negative pole. So just keep that in mind, because you can start mapping certain areas as a result and then work out what it's trying to do.
Yeah, and then also I guess my last question is like my dog gets like hella nightmares, and I just was wondering, like after I had this experience, I wondered if maybe like he takes care of like my nightmares for me, or maybe he's like got something going on. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't have nightmares. I haven't for a long time, like since I've owned him, for example. But like he'll have really bad sleeps, and I'll wake him up and I'll be like, "It's okay, buddy." I'll like pet him and stuff. But like later, I think it was later that night or the next night, he was having a nightmare, and it made me wonder if like this is like a thing that like isn't strong enough to commandeer me or my family, but maybe like my pet. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. The only thing I offer with third-party entities that are of that nature is just simply pray at the end of the day to get rid of it. Um, the thing is sometimes you can spend ages fighting something, and you think that eventually you've got to work it out. But as I've discovered on many occasions, it's usually a futile activity. Some things can be sort of made to back off for a while, but it'll be back like the next night or something like that. It's only when I've asked for it to be removed on a more permanent basis that it just goes away and it's gone. That's just something that I've done in the past, and it seems to work quite well. In terms of other things, though, a thing to keep in mind, if you have an individual who has a high influence output, so your standard psychic should have a degree of influence output. The thing is that influence output effectively stains the surrounding area. And of course, what area is most at hand but a person's bed and pillow and things like that. So one methodology that Ganga told me to do was literally just simply to pray for the bed to be cleaned up, as ridiculous as that may sound. But it does improve sleep. No idea if it'll help, but it's worthwhile looking into.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. I'm gonna stop that conversation real quick because we were trying to manifest an Elmo, and I'm curious if this is the Elmo that's in the room.
Yeah, this is
Ooh,
it, Emma.
maybe.
What's up, guys? Emma's so tired. What's up?
Thank you for coming, Elmo. How are you?
Emma's really tired.
I see you've been working out. I like your new profile picture.
Thank you.
Emma's looking ripped.
Yeah, Emma's been doing a lot of coke, wanting to get ripped like Jesus on the cross. Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Jesus on the cross.
Don't smite me, please, Jesus. Don't smite me. That was a bad joke.
We were talking about Grover too. How do you know how Grover's doing?
Let me go ask him. Hold up. Let me go get him real quick. Hey, Grover. Hey, Grover. They want to know what's going on. How you doing? Hello. Hi, Grover. You're cute and furry pal. Yeah, Grover. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Just what's up? I was sleeping and you woke me up. Okay, just go back to sleep, you grumpy asshole. Sorry, guys. He's grumpy right now.
Oh well, sorry that you woke him up. Didn't mean to wake him up. Anybody else here got anything to say to Elmo? Just jump in for sure.
Hey, Elmo, where you staying currently, bro?
Well, Elmo right now is in California, but normally Elmo's in Sesame Street.
Me too, buddy. I'm in California.
Nice. Elmo's gonna be in Southern California for a few weeks. Oh, yeah.
What do you think of these big storms that are rolling in?
Oh, they look cool.
Yeah, we were doing some positive thinking for the people that are going to be affected by the hurricane because the shit's wild. Yeah. Also, Elmo, did you see what's going on in the Baltic Sea with the oil, or I guess the gas? Pardon me, the gas line that's leaking.
Yeah, I saw that. I think it's just another excuse for them to charge us an arm and a leg for fuel.
Brother, sorry, like, Brother Kyle Extra, like, check your inbox, please. Check your inbox, please. I put there something for you.
Hey, Elmo.
Oh, great. Thanks, Makula. Is that the Western Union number?
Son of a bitch. Hey, Elmo, I got a question. Do you think Michael Jackson touched them kids?
Yeah, Elmo knows that for sure. Elmo knows that for sure.
Thank you, Elmo.
Nobody goes hee hee. That doesn't touch kids.
Elmo, what message would you give children now if you could give them a message?
Yeah, stay away from strangers and stay away from Joe Biden.
Why don't you run for president, Elmo? I bet you'd get hella votes. Like, I'm not even American and I'd vote for you.
Yeah, it's because of the drug test. Emma won't pass a drug test.
I don't think you need to pass a drug test, Elmo. Have you seen our presidents or the US presidents?
Yeah, they're super sober and super smart, all of them.
Hey Elmo, what do you think about reptilians? Are they real or not?
Oh, of course they're real.
Are you a reptilian? Be honest.
No, I'm a monster. Rare.
What planet are you from, bro?
Earth.
So who's your mom?
Her name's May.
So are all the monsters the same species of monster, or are you guys different species?
We're all different.
So
I'm
she's
red. There's blue ones. There's green ones.
That's cool. That's cool. Are you able to do you have any children, Elmo?
Yeah, Elmo has two that he acknowledges.
Sure. Do you have some kids?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's great.
Thank you for visiting us, Elmo. We always love your positive energy. How'd you get that body? What's the magic trick to getting fucking ripped and looking as good as you do?
Sit-ups and cocaine.
Hey Elmo, did you go to community college?
For a little bit.
Which community college did you go to?
I'm not telling.
Oh, you fucking.
So have you decided if you're really Elmo or if you're someone pretending to be Elmo?
That's a good question. Elmo doesn't know for sure.
Ocean, don't slur, Elmo.
Yeah, Elmo. What does your mom think about you being Elmo?
No, she hates it.
You can say, "You made me, Mom."
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
We were just talking about dreams and nightmares and stuff, Elmo. Do you ever feel like something's came to you in a dream that isn't your own thinking?
Oh yeah, all the time. All the time.
Have you ever had sleep paralysis?
Oh yeah. And then when I open my eyes, I see a Jewish in the doorway, and he's wearing all black. Scary.
Does it still happen to you, or?
Oh yeah, like almost every night.
Well, you should tell it to fuck off. You should say, "This is my house, my energy. Go away." Shouldn't let things haunt you like that. Thank you for visiting. 100%.
I didn't know Emma was asleep.
Hey Elmo, what are you doing for money these days?
Shaking around on Twitter Spaces, sing some songs, all that good stuff.
Hama, would you like to help the kids?
What did he say? Did he say, do I want to touch kids? No, Emma does not want to touch kids.
Like I said, would you like to help the kids?
I'm not going to give you money.
How come you sound like Michael Jackson now? We're from Elmo to Michael Jackson.
I get DMs like that every day to help the Ugandan kids, and here's my WhatsApp. No, thank you.
We have a very interesting room tonight. I would like to get back to what we were talking about, though, because it was very interesting about the whole, dream thing. But, Yeah, I don't know. I was just saying like about like dogs or animals getting like spirits.
Elmo, do you have pets?
Yo, you guys ever encounter like a ghost pet? Because I could have sworn the other night I was in my garage till like 3 a.m. and I could have sworn I heard a dog crying. And I've had many dogs throughout my life that have like passed away, and we've even buried a dog under my garage at some point. And it kind of freaked me out. And I kind of ran inside. I was like, I'm pretty sure I heard a dog crying like twice, but there was no dog. I don't know.
Elmo, do you have any pets?
I have 2 doggies.
You ever seen a
And
ghost
Dorothy.
pet?
Yeah. My dog Bobo, he died, and I see him all the time.
What's your favorite joke, Elmo?
Elmo's favorite joke is, how do you know that Elmo is a male?
Hey, what do you think? What do you think happens when you die?
Wait, I didn't finish my joke. How do you know that Elmo's a male?
How do you know, Elmo?
Sorry.
Before Elmo leaves the factory, they give him 1 test tickle.
That's great. That's so great. But now I'm never gonna tickle the Elmo the same way again.
Oh man.
I just want to say my son likes to throw Elmo around and then hear him laugh wherever he lands. Do you feel that? Is it like a voodoo doll?
No, those are my kids.
I love Elmo.
They feel that.
Get him some knitting needles.
Sing us the Sesame song, the Sesame Street song.
Sunny Day song. 1 second, let me step outside so I don't wake up everybody in the house. 1 second. And 1 second. Sunday day, sweeping the clouds.
Oh my God, what just happened? Please
Sorry,
continue.
Elmo. Sorry, Elmo. Can we start from the top? Start from the top.
Sunny day, sweeping the clouds away. On my way to where the air is sweet. Can you tell me how to get to Sesame Street?
Bravo, 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 bravo. I love that. This is the greatest night ever.
I know, my friends. Emma's gonna go back to sleep. Emma's really tired. Have a wonderful night. Have lots of fun. Hopefully, a little bit of love that Emma gave you guys. Hopefully, it goes a long way.
You made my dreams come true.
We love you, Elmo. Thank you for blessing us with your presence, as always.
Oh, you're welcome. Have a great night.
Kisses. Bye bye.
Yeah, I think that guy's a fraud, bro.
Yeah.
Did you invite him or did he just show up?
I sent him an invite through the ether. That was it. It's probably Chango.
You know what's funny about that? Like, I was talking about the fire I went through. My aunt's like really religious, and she got her church to pray for like rain. And literally, part of the town flooded. That same, like, not the big flood I went through, but a different area of the town had like localized flooding. I was like, Auntie, you prayed so hard that you caused a flood. And she's like, gotta be careful what you pray for.
That's very true. One
Very
year
true.
in in Glastonbury, one year back in the 80s, it was really dry and really dusty at the festival, and all the love and peace hippies prayed for rain, and there was no rain. But next year, the place absolutely flooded out, and you see the old pictures of the mud baths where it was like just a mud pit. That was the year after the hippies prayed for rain.
I love that. We gotta change the name of the space now. I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about? I was enjoying talking about like bad dreams, but we probably got people that are like sleeping in here, so maybe we should talk about like not that, you know?
Yeah, there's a good chance I'm gonna fall asleep in this space, just to give you a heads up.
I guess, Pondy, how are some ways that you can like prevent that from happening?
Well, usually the best one is setting up a barrier, as it were, but that involves asking for your house to be blessed, etc., and evil stuff to be kept away, essentially. I mean, how you go about it is entirely up to you, and just simply requires on you requesting it. I was going to say, just with another thing, I had a habit, well, I still do, occasionally making flippant comments about things. And then usually the flippant comment turns out to be quite on point. So I'm going to go all the way back to, I think it was the 1997 America's Cup. That was on an NZ at the time. It was a straight up competition, Team New Zealand versus Prada, which was the Italians at that particular moment. Anyway, it was dead boring. And I, in passing at the time, commented, oh, it's not going to be very exciting until there's blood in the water. Well, it was about that moment when the boom on the Prada boat swung across and smacked one of the sailors in the head, and he ended up with a rope wrapped around his leg, bouncing from the side of the boat while there was blood everywhere, of course, because, getting hit in the head, there's a lot of blood vessels there which happen to bleed crazily. I was there sort of thinking, oh no, and sheepishly left the room as quickly as possible. But those things happen.
That's why I'm super careful what I say some of the time, but my personality won't allow me to stay very careful. So unfortunately, some things I say happen. So, and don't be mean to people because it comes back at you hard.
Like last year, I made a comment about what 2022 was going to be like. And I said at the time, well, weather's probably going to be apocalyptic.
Like brothers and sisters, like may I have to go. I have to go to get water with the kids. Yeah, I have to go now. Yeah, may you have a blessed. Maybe that night. May you have a blessed night. Yeah, have a like. May God bless you. May God keep you. Okay. Bye bye.
Take care. Did he end up sharing anything? Like as far as like organizations or something that I asked him to share in the quarter pocket, but I haven't looked yet.
Not that I was aware of.
But yeah, I don't know. Now I'm super curious as to like whether or not my dog's protecting me from having nightmares because he has nightmares. Like he's very Like I got 3 dogs, and the other 2, like, I don't know, they're not as connected to me, but he's like always at my hip, and so it makes me wonder if like he's fighting off these nightmares for me.
I put it a little simpler along the lines of it just happens to be a case if there's a living entity nearby and the third-party entity that's been causing you trouble is arriving in your area but not being able to do anything. It does its best.
Well, it isn't good enough, but right? I don't know. I definitely feel like I protect my energy or my space. I try to practice that anyway. I think it's really important. Like, I know for everybody that's not the case. They have problems, and saying go away doesn't help. But maybe I'm just lucky I haven't ran into that yet, or I haven't. Period. Right?
True. And keep in mind that a lot of entities, if they're getting around, it's not so much the distance that's involved, it's the target. So the old lines of association I've mentioned before, that is effectively a way of traveling. So if you know who you're looking for, then that's effectively your travel method. So at the end of the day, when they talk about various things like the hitchhiker effect, really that's what it is. It's the lines of association again, who you're associated with, and they associate themselves with you, or if you're unlucky, you've associated yourself with them. So, for example, if you happen to be like Carl, busy looking on Skinwalker Ranch, well, of course, that's effectively saying, hey guys, I'm here. I'm giving you permission to look at me, much the same as I've looked at you. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think who visit me, if it is them visiting, they're okay. They're not they're just curious. Actually, I get a feeling that they're just checking me out, like different races and species are just checking me out, coming and like zapping on in, having a look, and then zapping on out again. That's what I get the feeling of.
I wonder, like, as far as like the UAP thing, if it is like aliens, like maybe because back in the day, like people saw things, maybe like they're aware of where our technology is, and so they kind of like adjust accordingly. So like back in the day, they knew we didn't all have phones that could like record things live, but they're like, oh well, now these people know how to do that, so we need to be more cautious. You know what I'm saying?
Not more cautious, because I think some of this is blatant, but then I think it's different species and different entities. They've all got their own kind of standards and their own sort of technologies, so, and their own beliefs. They must. And also, if you think back, if you believe the stories about the ships outside nuclear bases switching off the silos and then turning them back on again, they absolutely have a complete command and understanding of what technology we've got. And it was interesting what Tupacabra said last night about the woman who took a photograph of the craft and saw a spaceship, but when they saw the photo, it was a star, like a black star. So they're obviously projecting something, but so it's kind of like I think what they do is take they take a view of what technology we're using and use some sort of screening beam into our conscious to give us something to comprehend or shield themselves from what they really look like.
On the opposite end of the spectrum, you have what they want us to see them as.
Yes. Yeah. They've got like their avatar and their skins that they put on, that can project. And I wonder how they. I think that last night with Chupacabra was quite good because we kind of explored. There was nothing concrete, but just exploring ideas about how that would be, how you would, what would the, not just the physics, but how would the method of projection, or is there a method of projection? So it was very interesting.
Personally, I would just simply say they would just simply go off and use psychic capabilities to simply sort of paint what they want in a person's mind. So a person looks, but they don't really see. It's just what is needed to be seen.
Well, I guess like if you believe that there is like aliens, then I guess like I believe that there's would be more than one type, and then I believe there are some that are like probably working to like want us to do well, and then there's some that want us to, I don't know, have other plans for us, right? So I mean, if you're crazy enough to believe in aliens, then I feel like you're crazy enough to believe there's probably like, I don't want to say good and bad because I don't like saying that, but like types that would be for the things we're doing and then maybe like using us in some way. You know what I'm saying?
Also, the other thing that I have been playing with is what happens if the Book of Enoch was describing the victors, which they obviously are, but the victors write their own kind of like path to victory. So maybe the Nephilim weren't the bad guys. So that's just a thought that, and Enoch was, because there are lots of tricksters. They are tricksters, these entities. So maybe if you flipped it around, that the entities sent to Earth were the good guys, but they lost the battle against the bad guys.
Yeah, what gets me is that what I really struggle with is when people say my one God is the God. And before, when there was just mythologies, there was often several different gods, and it came to a point where it's like you're like somebody told you not to believe something else. And for me, that's like where I struggle is like, what do you benefit from telling someone like, no, 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 my way is the way to go, you're wrong. That's like that's what I get caught up on, and yeah, I just feel like there's something there.
Okay, here's I've been trying to work this through because when, especially with Americans, no offense, but not, I know you're Canadian, I can tell, but I'm just saying in general with Americans that they've got a very deep religious rooting. And if you talk to anyone that's come from a religious background that rejected religion, it's very difficult then to look at the Bible objectively and then study it as a theologian. Which is why I kind of think that I've noticed that talking about the Book of Enoch is a great way into people that rejected the Bible, because the Book of Enoch was written out of the Bible. So that's kind of an interesting way into people exploring deep history, because I do believe that has some serious lessons in it, and there's some information in that book that is fundamental to say that there was a sophisticated civilization before mainstream history are saying. So I'm talking like pre 12,500. I mean, they're talking about Enoch being the grandson of Adam. I think that's what they said in the book. And Enoch is the grandfather of Noah. So, but that book was written a few hundred years, and these things from Book of Enoch, they were stories and I believe it was out of Ethiopia the stores came. Or whether or not Enoch was from Ethiopia or traveled to Ethiopia, that's kind of cloud. I'm not fully studied on that book of Enoch, so it's maybe someone who knows theology a bit better than me. But what I was going to try and say is that in that book they call on 20 angels that were sent to Earth, and those were cast out of heaven. So there's 20 named watchers or angels, but they're also saying that these watchers, because they were mating with the humans, or mating with daughters of men, so they were taking daughters of men for wives. But that would mean that entities from above were sent to Earth that mated with humans. And so after the floods, were some of those human entities or demigods still alive? That's the question, that whether or not there's a DNA deep back in our history. And I'm thinking maybe there's a partial truth to why there's abductions and DNA reconstruction. It just seems, I don't know the answers, and I'm just trying to put this together myself. So hopefully you're going to take bits from what I've just said and think, yeah, okay, so I hope people will understand what my main point is, that you can't have the scripture saying that you got sent to Earth and mating with daughters of men, and then are there any left? That's all I want to say.
Yeah, I'd like to say, I know, like, the Norse mythology that I follow, the gods definitely did have, like, relationships with people, and there was offspring from those relationships, and they had a great battle, and then Ragnarok also happened too. But after Ragnarok, there was two beings that were left alive afterwards. Oh, it says the host is having connection issues, so hopefully, Logan, are you there?
Oh dear, I'm all right.
Yeah, so, like, after Ragnarok, there was two people, like, left in a tree, but and they survived. So I believe that's like Adam and Eve. It's like the continuation of the mythology that became uh, modern religion. But I think too, like, the very first two beings that were created, like Odin, Thor, and Loki, came to them, and they gave them things in order, like, gave them, like, information. So I definitely think that could be code for DNA. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here, oh, is that Logan back?
Oh yeah. What's up, Carl? Keep going.
All right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Trying to patch this together, because I do feel that we're kind of being lied to, or disinformationized, or just purely blanked, because it's like these stories are made into kind of this mythology. And every time someone tries to bring theology and mythology together with actual present day facts, you're laughed out of court.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Like, do you think, like, so do you think the different mythologies could be different races of aliens, or do you think it's like the same aliens and then the mythologies were created from that? Because, they say there's like the Nordic, there's this and that. Like, are they actually separate beings, or is it like the same beings touched the entire world and then those are where the mythologies came from? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what? This is where it gets messy, because I think some of it is, and if there was global trade, then these stories might have been passed 100, 500, or 1,000 years between each rise of each smaller civilization after the great. And I will stick to my Younger Dryas 12,500, which I think is a really important year. 12,500 years ago, a Younger Dryas asteroid or comet hit Earth, and that's pretty much concluded. If you look at, if you want evidence of that, I think it is confirmed now. But if you look at for Dr. Sweatman on YouTube, he's got some great YouTube videos going through submitted papers, peer-reviewed papers, picking out the trash from the facts about tektites and glacial glass beads to try and dismiss the. I'm going off subject here a little bit, but yes, Dr. Sweatman has pretty much convinced me that that there was a strike. But if you look at I think there's a Sumerian tablet that's got someone, the king's on the throne, and the person's pointing in the stars, and there's a big kind of sun with like 6 or 7 different stars around it, and people say that's like the solar system, and I'm thinking that looks like a fragmented comet. So it's come round the sun. The ancient priests or the higher priests of the day must have known, looking through their astronomy stones, that this thing was on a plane coming back around and was going to hit Earth. So I think that's why they took people like Enoch. I don't think Enoch was the only one, but they've given the information to Enoch and probably a group of other people, of young boys, to take that information because they knew that there was an Armageddon coming. That's what I think. That's my theory. But remember, with all these, if there was a cataclysm. So I think then that, also just going off the subject again, I do believe that's when Atlantis sank. I think that was an island or a set of islands, a bit like Greece now, that was on the edge of a tectonic plate, where in the Atlantic there's 3 tectonic plates that meet. So I think that, unfortunately, was on the edge of one of the tectonic plates that got leveraged up by the colossal amount of ice melt that the comet struck North America, melted the entire North American, a mile thick ice sheet, and that must have sent some earthquakes resonating around the world. And I think that's unfortunately where Atlantis was, right on the junction. I think Randall Carlson's actually just done another video on this, but yeah, that's what I think. What I'm trying to say is that also there wasn't any written word back then. It was all stories told down through generations, and you'd be able to recite the story word for word, word perfect, and that information would be passed down through the generations. But with a cataclysm, all of those generations might have did die. So there's only partial pieces of those stories that young boys at the time would have remembered, and they wouldn't have been able to recite or remember all of those knowledge that was passed down. So a huge amount of knowledge must have been lost then, which is, I think, why the Babylonians and Sumerians have invented this form of writing shit down to pass it down, because that was a good way of passing information down. So yeah, that's what I think anyway.
Well, yeah, and if you look at the Egyptian culture, they wrote it on rocks. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of hard to erase that.
Yeah, they like actually. I'm gonna slightly right. Okay, so here, right. So with that, I used to think that, but I'm thinking that with the cataclysm that wiped out North America and destroyed a lot of the, I don't know what we'd call them, the pre, the Denovians and the pre Aztec people, because the Aztecs themselves, they say that through their that they didn't build Puma Punka. They didn't build this stuff. So I what I'm thinking is that if you see in Egypt the huge black marble, well they call them tombs, but we won't go into that high tech stuff. But the big black boxes, and they're, if you look at them, if they're scraped, look at the engineering and then look at how they've scraped the writing. So it's like pre-cataclysm, there's these amazing, highly engineered blocks, precisionally engineered, and some of the statues and some of the black onyx. There's a black onyx dog that is Anubis is sat there with these big pointy ears, and if you look down the side, it's perfectly smooth, but they've got thin, like raised ribs of the dog's rib cage. It is like it is super like clean precision work. But what's happened, I would say, like thousands of years after that was made, they've carved all these. It's like graffiti. I mean, it looks like it is ancient graffiti, but obviously, what the mainstream historians are saying are they're like literally compressing like 12,000 years of history into like 2.5, 3,000 years. So, yeah, I think they wrote stuff down after, but I think there's a cataclysmic event that there was no writing, and it's like after that cataclysmic event that people started writing stuff down. But interestingly, I think in Egypt, some of the technology wasn't lost. And also, I think some of the Atlanteans survived and managed to land, and they were called the Sea People that landed around and started Babylonia. Yeah. Hello, please tell me you heard that.
I did. Sorry, I'm just getting my dog in the house here. I'm listening to you. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's hard when there's no like writing. But if you look at like the history of people and then like the history of writing, it's like there was a huge period of time where we didn't write a lot of shit down. Like, so I don't know. And then another thought that I had was that if there was like advanced beings here on Earth, like interacting with humans or creating humans or whatever you want to theorize, like how did they not have the technology to prevent an asteroid or like a comet from hitting the Earth? You know what I'm saying? Like if they were that advanced, how could they let that happen? So it makes me think like, could that have been intentional? You know what I mean? Maybe it was an attack and it was like a failed attack or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. And I'm trying to piece things together that, yeah. And I flip flop on this. You know, you kind of go down a path and you think, oh, that sounds like it could be, but that's the worst thing to do. Try to formulate some concrete, like definitive. This is what happened. Is dangerous. I think you're going to fight. You're going to come unstuck, aren't you? You're going to trip up. So, but yeah, there's these stories, and then there's this cataclysm, and then it's like the watchers are kind of and it's whether or not. But the thing, right? Okay. So the Book of Enoch wasn't written straight away after when Enoch was alive. It was written several hundred years after. So, and also it was translated. It was brought out of Ethiopia, and the people that wrote it in Ethiopian, I don't know what language they were using, whatever language it was, they brought it to the Jewish scholars, and they've translated. So, have they there's a certain words there that there was that it could be meaning several different things. So, God, what we're reading in English, that could be wrong anyway. So yeah, there's that bit to it. But and also, just because something's like carved in stone doesn't make it true. It might be several thousand years old, but maybe that's just like a story. Maybe that wasn't even true. That's what maybe their belief was happened. So that might not even be true. And then we're deciphering it and putting our own modern twist on it. And so we might end up with a complete, we might have something so completely crazily like wrong. So, but we kind of do know that there was an asteroid or meteor strike. That is something that we do know. And we kind of know that the sea people arrived, and they were green. They were, but don't write. But they were kind of like of an olive skin, so they were like a green dark olive, and so that kind of like throws me to like the Nepalese, maybe like a Somalian Nepalese mix, or an island mix. But then again, remember that the sea levels, we're talking maybe 200-300 meters of extra sea level. So, and that's on top of whatever happened with the tectonic plates. So there's that to add into the mix as well. But yeah. So I know what you're saying, that if Enoch was beamed up to God to be told by the watchers this is how X, Y, and Z works, then surely they would have been able to stop a comet or a meteor. And yeah, isn't that weird? Maybe there's I don't know. All right, okay, so this is my kind of theory, and not a wishy-washy idea. Let's put it that way. That their belief system, the aliens' belief system, is that they cannot interfere with cosmic events, because if there's millions of different planets and they try to interfere with every cosmic event going back billions of years, then nothing get done. Or they literally, they wouldn't be able to do it. So they have to let nature run its course, maybe. And they didn't stop it with the dinosaurs. So maybe it's some sort of like, well, it's like a regenerative thing. But you know what? We're going to throw you a bone. If you do survive, this is the technology you can use to start your civilization again. And maybe that is what it is.
Well, yeah, it can make sense to me, like, if the dinosaurs were here and then there was, like, alien life, like, having a comet hit Earth might be a good thing because it would, like, knock out, like, make space for whatever they want to do. Like, it's like take out kind of like the life that would be threatening to that. But I did have a question, not to like change topic or anything, but y'all talk about Skinwalker Ranch, and I'm sure I could Google it, but I don't really know a whole lot about Skinwalker Ranch.
Really? Oh, right, okay. Well, I don't know a lot about Ragnarok apart from what I've watched in the Marvel cinema stuff.
Yeah, Ragnarok was cool. It was a battle, the battle of the gods, and uh, yeah, so like pretty much Loki was a bad, well, he was a trickster god, but he went on to have 3 children, and one of them is a wolf that was caged or was confined using a special chain, and the harder that he like flexed against the chain, like the stronger the chain got. But on Ragnarok, the wolf broke free. There was also Loki's other child was a snake that encircled the world, so it's like the snake that like eating its own tail type of thing. But yeah, it's like a snake that encircled the world. And then thirdly, like Hel, like the actual, like her name was Hel, and she was the keeper of like all the people that died, an unhonorable death. And so when Ragnarok happened, like the wolf broke free, and the snake came out from the sea, and it was like this big ass battle. There was a Bifrost bridge which connected like the gods to us, or like our planet to Asgard, yeah. And like the bridge was broken. Thor killed the snake after the snake ate Odin, and I don't remember what happened to the wolf. I think the wolf was also killed. I think his jaw was like ripped in half. So the thing about the Battle of Ragnarok, it was like for every god that like killed something, like it was almost like perfect balance, you know what I'm saying? In the end, there was no winners or losers. It was like a total reset, you know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna have to read up on that because the snake eating its tail. That okay. The snake eating its tail is yeah. That is that really chimes through everyone's past. There's literally a snake eating its tail everywhere you go. The snake is important. And whether or not that refers to like the galaxy's arm that you see in the sky that comes over you, or whether that kind of maybe refers to like a comet trail, or maybe they've molded the two together, you know, in some sense that these two come together at some point. I don't think we're ever going to know. We're never going to know. So
Well,
maybe he was just really hungry.
The interesting thing about the snake too is its venom was the same like essence that brought life. So even though it was like a negative character in the story, its venom is the same thing that like Umbla, so like the cow in the creation story, there's like a random cow there, and all of the gods and the giants like drink the milk from Umbla, and that milk is literally the same thing that the snake has in its mouth. So I found that pretty interesting.
I'm Bruce,
What do you
yeah.
why do you think we have these myths and legends? Why do you think we have them? Do you think they're there just to teach us lessons, or because they're so fantastic that, if they did take place, why don't we have a better record of it? I just wonder. I wonder if they're just someone's cleverly defined stories to help us understand we're not all here for no reason. I don't know. I just wonder what your thoughts are.
Yeah, well, I know like the creation story, I've tried to apply it to science. Like I'm like, how could this be like scientific, right? And I found that with the creation story, I can apply it to every single life cycle. So like the life cycle of like our solar system, right down to like the like how like life was created in bacteria. You could even create like there's comparisons to like the atom, like it explains like the atom. So I think like pretty much like humans weren't very smart, and whatever taught us these things, they had to use stories in which we could understand, and they had to use like I guess like just comparisons, right? And I think whoever came up with these stories did it in a way where it's so complex and there's so many different things, like even using the word giant, like we have like giant planets, like there's, I don't know, there's just lots of different ways that you could compare it to different things. And I think whoever created them definitely hid information in there, or explained it in a way that the people that were receiving it could understand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Oh, I found.
I sorry,
Oh,
Ken.
sorry.
I'm gonna
Jump in,
just
please.
yeah, I'm gonna just right. So uh, there wasn't any written word until about 3,000 years ago. Was it about 3,000?
There's a
So,
few civilizations who might disagree with that, but anyway, please go ahead.
well, so so there wasn't any paper or tablets, so or written word. It was all pictorial, but also there was trade going on between these disparate civilizations. So maybe one story or stories from one civilization crossed over to another civilization, but then layered on top of that, maybe there were like smart people out of each civilization that have either through divine intervention or whatever, have got their own stories and have passed these stories down through the generations, and they've kind of melded and mixed. But what we are doing now is looking at all the different civilizations, and we've got the luxury of the internet where we can see the stories from each civilization in each time period. And I think it probably is not good to try and analyze the threads too much. We can see where there's similarities, and we probably agree that those similarities, there must have been some interaction to have a shared story. But we're talking thousands of years of these stories being passed down through generations. So, and I'm sure the storyteller would be embellishing the stories along the way. So there's these threads of truth, but I don't think we should go too analytical on details of stories. I think there is an underlying truth to them, but I think delving too deep and trying to connect too many dots, what's the word I'm looking for? Not integrity. The integrity of the base story is being kind of tried to
Or
be pulled.
authenticity, or sincerity, or many, many, many other words that mean nothing unless they're actually something.
But yeah, so yeah. But your question was, well, what does it all mean? I think it means that there was
No, I
a
never
civilization.
asked the question.
Oh God, right? Okay, well, fuck you then.
Anytime.
What
Buy
is
me dinner
going
first.
on? What is going on right now? I don't
I think
understand.
I upset him. I'm sorry if I did. If okay, I'll jump in the awkward gap. I just think that we assume far too much about ancient civilizations. I think we try to make out that we know everything about what they were doing 10,000 years ago because it makes us more comfortable in our shoes. I think it's just such an ill-informed assumption. I mean, you take a look at society today. Who do we really, if I was to use the word legend, who would be a legend? It's not usually the richest guy. It's not usually the guy with the biggest advertising. It's usually the person that's really, actually, truly good at what they do, no matter what they do. If they do it really, really well, really, really better than anyone else, then we throw the term goat around all the time now. I wouldn't use it very often.
Yeah, it is like a curious, like it is something that I find really interesting. Is like just how how these different mythologies came about, and also just like the connection of the different mythologies too, because like you can see similarities in lots of different um like cultures, although they're so separated from each other, like continents even, right? So it's like, how did they have these similarities and yet they're like a million miles away? You know what I'm saying?
You know, you take someone like Tesla, you take someone like Houdini. Houdini was nowhere near as successful in the Western countries as he was in other places first. And yet he was absolutely, I mean, he's done things to this day that we still can't understand. And you find those guys that are really, and ladies, sorry, to miss an entire genre, an entire people. The ones who are really, 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 really good at what they do shine by themselves. They don't need any bullshit. They don't need any shinola. They just do what they do. And if people choose to give them a chance to be recognized, they are. And if they don't, they die lonely and quiet. They're still as good at what they do. They're just either recognized or they're not. We just put too much emphasis on personality and who can make the most smart ass remark rather than who can actually produce the most efficient thing or who can do the best thing for society. That's all bullshit now. It's all shiny shit instead.
Yeah, and then like I don't know, I think like too, like with repressed people, like can you imagine if everybody had the ability to like pursue what they were good at? Like I feel like uh how many different Teslas are out there, but they just didn't have the opportunity to shine, you know what I'm saying?
How many are being born every day, Ocean? How many are graduating every day? How many are riding a camel every day? We have no clue because we don't have a system that allows for them to flower. We have a system that allows them to be an efficient part of the system if they're a good boy or girl.
Yeah, I definitely think we need something to give us a little shake and change what we actually value. You know, I don't think money should be a thing. You shouldn't try to get ultra rich. It should be, or I don't know, our whole system's just it needs a good shake up.
And it's going to be the last thing I'm going to say today. If the last 3 years hasn't shaken people up, then nothing will. We are literally going to debate ourselves into oblivion.
I think we need some aliens.
Did the space die?
I'm still here. I don't know if nobody's talking. It's late. I'm tired. I'm low key falling asleep myself, but I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck just happened between Carl and Kent because there was some hella negativity, and I don't know how that happened.
It's practically 11 o'clock of my end as well, so I'm going to think about heading off myself. Do we need to promote anybody to co-host just to sort of keep things going if Logan drops?
Yeah, anybody need to be co-host or what?
Hey, Lacey's here. Don't know if Kai would want to be. Kai, hands up if you want to be a co-host.
I'm good with just being a listener for now because I'm pretty tired. If I don't fall asleep and I hear something interesting, I'll definitely like come back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, when it comes down to it, I'm too distracted tonight, so I'll dive into other stuff at another night. But anyway, I'll see you all for now, so have fun.
Ta-ta.
Take care. I love you.
I'm a lover.
I just think if I don't mind being just a speaker, but I don't think I should be a co-host if I'm gonna be sleeping. You know what I'm saying? That's way too much responsibility for someone that's like not
Everyone's a
conscious.
listener. We're the only speakers, and we're gonna fall asleep. You're falling asleep too right now, Ocean.
I am. It is very late, early. It is very early. So
Don't fall asleep. You need to keep talking with your
sleep is
lovely voice.
sleep is good. Play some tunes. Do some tunes.
I'm sleeping though. You want to play some magical ocean tunes?
Well, I am not like Mr. Have Million devices over here, so I don't really have a device that I can play music on and then share it with the space.
That's true. I can't promote any. Is anybody here like want to be a co-host? Speak now or forever hold your peace. I can't see emojis, so I'm just gonna assume they said no.
I don't know. Are they all sleeping?
Probably. Oh, Salvador made something. You want to just keep talking? Oh, there's Salvador, co-host.
I actually just came up to tell you that I couldn't. I got to go into work in about an hour or so.
Oh, that's cool. I feel like we're all in one big giant bed.
Pretty much. Pretty much. We're all just like sleeping, and then we're all gonna wake up. Oh, Zip just threw a heart, so he ain't sleeping, but he's down for the big bed idea. It sucks that like as a host or co-host, you can't like give the power to just let people be a speaker if they want to.
Yeah, 3 knows how to do it. I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, so if you go to the 3 dots up top next to the leave icon, you click on that, and it says adjust settings. Click on that, and it says speakers who can speak. Current speakers will not be affected. Should be
Yeah,
everyone.
it
So,
doesn't give me that option though.
oh really?
Yeah, I don't know why. Some phones have it, some phones don't. I don't know why.
It's odd.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Are you able to do it as co-host?
I think I just did it. Yeah, I went up. For settings, I got it set to everybody now. So as people
Oh,
wake up, they'll be like, "What the fuck's going on?" Either they'll leave or they'll speak. I don't know.
oh hell yeah! Thank you. I love you, Emily, and Salvador, and Lacey, and Kai, and Dan, Andrew, and Zim. The rest of you.
Yeah, I love everybody here too. I don't have no negativity. It's like much love. I don't know. Love is way more powerful.
What's going on, my friends in Christ? Is everyone asleep?
Is it quiet or is my phone still doing all sorts of things to my Twitter? Okay, I'll assume that I'm the only one speaking, so good night. I'll leave and not come back.
Lacey, are you there, Lacey? Lacey,
Yes.
what the hell is going on?
I don't know. I guess everyone's muted.
Everyone got raptured. I came in this space and no one's alive.
They're all asleep or muted or both.
That's so funny. Well, I came in and like it automatically approved me as speaker, unless that was you, Salvador.
Oh, yeah, then he's asleep for sure.
I wonder how it automatically approved then. It must do that if you're friends with the host.
Well, he has to put a setting on for that to happen.
Oh, so you can put a setting on like that.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I want to do that. I want to fall asleep and just get random people join, and then maybe I have like music playing in the background.
We can just keep going.
Yeah, just they can like criticize. Hey, Lacey.
Yeah.
I I did hear you snoring the other day.
Did you?
And yes, and you know what? Like, you should go talk to a doctor about sleep apnea, because it sounded like it was like
One of those.
yeah, concerning sleep apnea. One of my friends' dads died from that,
Really?
and my dad actually had it really bad.
Oh my goodness.
You should check it out because it's easily treated. I don't know how they treat it. I think there's a bunch of ways they do it.
I know a man who has to wear a machine at night.
Another way I've heard actually is if you assuming your sinuses are clear, to get a bit of tape and put it over like your lips.
Yeah.
And I was kind of nervous about that because sometimes I get congested sinuses, so it's like, how well will I actually breathe through my
Right.
nose? But you should
That
look
would
it up.
smother me.
Yeah, you should look it up. Apparently, it's a really
I need some of those breathe right strips.
And there was another one. It was like this little thing you put it, on like the bridge of your nose, and it's meant to like open your nasal
Yes, that's what they're
passage.
called.
Yes.
Breathe right strips. They do
But
help me a lot.
You should look into it because it is like a pretty common.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
crazy.
I have it. I snore like a freaking like. I can't imagine what I sound like when I snore, but I've snored ever since I got a chair thrown at my face in high school.
Right.
Which I never got any kind of compensation or debriefing for. It was completely unprovoked as well, and it really messed up like my sinuses and also the bridge of my nose.
Yes, my ex kind of did a number on me. So
Yeah, you made mention of having a tough life with a tough abuser like that in the past. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It's fine. Yeah. So
To have children with this person?
I do. I have one.
How old's your child?
32.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, he's grown.
Yeah, I'll be a blink of an
He's
eye.
a good boy.
Yeah, with a mum like you, I imagine he would be.
Aw, that's sweet.
I imagine my boy's going to be 30 in the blink of an eye. He's already 6, and that's already like relatively fast. But I'm in the thick of it, so it's like I'm trying to enjoy as much as possible.
Yeah, it goes by so fast, and I mean, I'm a grandma of 3 suddenly.
Even better, yeah. I would love the day that it's just like I call myself a grandparent. I would love that day.
It's the best. The grandkids, they are. I don't know, it's something even more special than being a parent.
Yeah,
And I didn't think there could be.
Like another
Whole nother dimension.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. What did you do today, Lacey?
Do what?
What did you do today?
What did I do yesterday?
Oh, is it the morning? It's morning now for you, isn't it?
It is. I see that it's like 5:30.
I worked 14 hours.
Oh my goodness.
That's the longest I've done in a while.
Why aren't you in bed asleep?
I'm probably going to hit the hay within the hour.
Yeah.
I just wanted to come online and see who was here. And I keep saying Andre. Andrew is still here. I don't know if he's able to speak or not. He's probably asleep as well. I think Andrew has resorted to the falling asleep in spaces. I wonder how safe that is. Like, you fall asleep in spaces and then it's like dark magicians join in the middle of the night and like harvest your soul energy.
Well, after I found spaces and started listening to everybody, that's what I started doing. I thought, well, this is just perfect for me because I have to have like a voice to go to sleep. And yeah. Don't know. And then everybody was making fun of me, and now everybody's doing it.
Yeah.
I can see Kai in here.
It's like, yeah, it's just like a slumber party, isn't it?
It is.
I should just call it that. Just like skip the UFO stuff. Like this is a slumber
It's
party through
fun. I mean, we're all sleeping together.
it. Yeah. I mean, that's what it actually kind of feels like, isn't it? Like you
Yes.
wake up after hours and you check your phone and you're like, whoever else is in the space and still muted, you're like, oh yeah, those are my homes. Like we literally nap together. That's amazing.
Yes.
There is something special and like
It
a
is special
bonding
about it, kind of
napping.
bonding. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I remember one of my best friends. Like we used to just be able to do that, just like have a nap together. It was just like so perfect. Like it was just so peaceful and perfect of a pastime, right?
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Nap time.
Becky, what's going on?
Hey, Becky. I haven't seen you in a week.
There's a song. I can't remember what song it is. And it's got like a little. I always think of that when I see the name Becky. It's like, oh my god, Becky. Her butt is so big.
That's
Yeah.
my
Have you heard that?
license plate. It's so funny you said that. My license plate is
Really?
OMG BCKY.
Oh, really?
Really, totally.
That's interesting. How much do you pay for that?
I don't even remember.
Do you only have to pay one time, or do you have to keep paying for license registration? Sorry?
Hold on. Give me a second. Yeah, my plates came like a year after I ordered them because of COVID. So, and I don't know. I
Awesome.
think it was like $50. It wasn't that bad.
How much do you have to pay on your registration, like every month in America?
Oh, on the camera. What? How much do I have to pay for my
Nothing in the
registration?
U.S. You just pay it every year. Like,
Yeah.
I think each state's different. My state, I think it's $125.
I think my
Sorry,
tags are
how
like
much is it?
$350 or something.
Ooh.
That's not too bad. Here it's literally like $800 a year.
Where do you live?
My goodness.
Australia, the great southern land.
Well, the county's probably a little different over there, isn't it? So it's not like US 800.
I feel like I'm going to offer better conversation when I finish my dinner in like 5 minutes and go down to plug my phone in and everything. But I also kind of want to stay here and just answer with you guys for a little bit longer. Have you ever heard that song? It's like an Australian, not anthem, but it's like a popular Australian, culturally popular Australian song. It's like Great Southern Land. You ever heard that song? I'll post it in the nest or in the comments. By the way, when people say nest, they're talking about up the top. And when people say comments, they're talking about the things down the bottom, yeah? No? Okay. Sorry.
No, I'm having to pee, and I didn't want you to hear it, but you've heard me snore, so you might as well.
Lacey, I would feel honored.
Just let it all hang out. In the slumber party, I guess.
I feel like I've been baptized.
It kind of freaked me out a while ago. I was hearing somebody talk, Lacey, and I'm thinking, where am I? Trip me up. Where did Becky go? That was quick.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like she was here and vibing, and then she just kind of, I don't know, fell off the map for whatever reason. I wonder if you don't have those sound effects you can try to wake people up with, right?
Oh no, I couldn't do that because my sister's asleep upstairs right above me. It would wake her and her boyfriend up. Oh, I think I'm moving this week or next week, yay.
Sorry, Lacey, say that again.
I said, I think I'm going to get to move finally this week or next week.
Where are you moving?
Just to another, a duplex out of this, where I live now with my sister. What's Chase saying?
Oh, Chase is awake? Tell him to come in here. I want to talk to him.
He posted something. He's such an ass. What are they talking about, Lord? Oh, Lord. Let me tell him to come in here.
Hey Winston, have you ever heard of that movie My Mom Believes in Aliens? I think that's what it's called. You ever heard of that?
No, I haven't. What's that movie about?
It is. I'm pretty sure the family is Australian, but it's basically about this woman who goes around talking to experiencers, people who have seen or maybe been abducted by, you know, extraterrestrials or whatever. But she goes around and essentially acts as a counselor to these people, just providing a listening ear. And this guy um, did this documentary about his mom, and so he's just following her around and sitting in on the interviews and all that.
Oh, yeah, it sounds interesting. I definitely would like to watch
Where
it.
are we going? Are we in a vehicle now?
Yeah, why are you up so early, Salvador? Where are you off to? You don't like. I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to say if you
And
don't.
he's gone.
But
Yep, I'm off to work.
what do you do for work?
I'm in the military.
Ah, dead set.
Yeah.
How old are you?
What's that?
How old are you? I said
I'm in my 30s.
early or later.
In my 30s.
What's your star sign? Where were you born? What's your mother's maiden name? I'm sorry. I just like getting to know people.
You sound like me.
It's interesting though, Salvador. You do kind of sound like Chase a little bit, or at least you sound like a more like, I don't know. Like you sound like if Chase was like 15% more middle class.
Yeah, I'm a Leo.
You're a lion leader. Does your role in the military entail a rank at all, or do you work like contracting work?
That's not really all I want to say about that.
I understand. That is a personal question. Feel free to ask me personal questions.
Yeah, I love it.
I just have I have a bad sense or filter, I guess, sometimes because I'm ADHD, and I've been told by people that I'm inappropriate for asking certain questions. Always working on that.
Oh.
Or at least I had someone tell me that it was a breach of their boundaries. I don't know, I'm not going to go back and read it. I can't really remember what it said anyway.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it.
Verbatim. I remember the energy, and it's just like, huh. I want to work on this, but I don't really understand it.
Well, to me, in my heart, if they were your friend, they would understand, and it wouldn't be no breach. So, fuck them. But that's Southern attitude, so.
I'm probably not gonna leave this space, but I'm just going to go plug my phone in and lay down to bed.
Sounds good. I'm ready to go back to sleep.
I'll be active in 5-10 minutes, probably for a little bit more, and then maybe we'll sing some bedtime hymns together if you guys are all feeling that in this space. God, you guys feel except
sure.
Lacey.
I'll be here.
All right, Lacey, give me a little bit. I'll be back in just a moment. I'm gonna stay right here, but I'll be back.
Okay. See ya.
All right, you guys, I'm gonna get out of here. It's been a pleasure. I'll see you guys around.
Have a good day, Salvador.
Good morning, everybody.
Wake up, Logan. Wake up, Sonny Jim.
What's up, Logan? Logan. Logan. You asleep, bro? Well, if you're asleep and I see the space is recorded, this is my message for the space. This world is a weird place. Bye.
bitch, I'm a cow. I'm not a cat. I don't say meow.
Good morning. Hi, this is Ria. I'm Oracle, and I've got 15 minutes or under. Oh. Orvatosh Kleininga. Kannst du den hören mig? Technical issues, I suppose. gaavus vedreng glau qua kan gere dere gaus derve wake depois kan.
Hello.